Gotcha. All right, testing 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Norwalk. We are here for League Meet number 3 here in Central Iowa's Acropolis League. We've had 2 weeks since our last meet back in Pella. Teams I know have been making a lot of improvements. I saw it firsthand while inspecting robots this morning. I think we're going to see a lot more great matches today as our teams continue to improve throughout the season. Let's go ahead and meet our teams that are already here on the field for qualification match number 1. We'll start off, like always, on our Red Alliance, where we have Team 32050, the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. And their alliance partner, also from Oskaloosa. We got both of our Oskaloosa teams on the same alliance. It's Team 4443, the Sock Monkeys. Now, moving over to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 22189. That's Kronos. And last but not least, it's their partner, Team 10435, Circuit Breakers. Our awesome volunteers are helping these teams get set up. Teams have to either start touching one of the goals at the rear of the field or in that front launch zone there, closest to the audience. Then from there, they can choose to navigate outside those zones for 3 points each. They can also shoot any of those preloaded balls, which are called artifacts, into the goals. There's also a lot of extra points they can get by shooting the artifacts in a specific order. So that's going to be something we'll have to watch for throughout the day. All right, it's looking like our teams are set. Let's go ahead and call hands off and randomize the field. And we've got motif 1, which the obelisk at the back of the field is already showing. Teams are going to want to shoot that green artifact, then 2 purple ones. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready for the first match? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready to kick off the event with me? All right, then let's count it down. In 3, 2, 1. Go! All right, both blue robots wasting no time. Circuit Breakers speeds off, shoots 1, 2, and now 3 artifacts. Red's starting to answer, though. The Rubber Duckies have landed a purple artifact. Missed their second, but hit a third. Circuit Breakers already picked up some more, though. They've got 6 artifacts all in the right order into that Blue Alliance goal. Going for 3 more now. 1, 2, and 3. Full classifier there for the Blue Alliance, and they're going back for 3 more overflow shots as we reach the end of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very impressive auto there from our Blue Alliance as they immediately empty out the classifier. So those points now aren't being scored, but they can fill that back up again here during teleop. Last time they came very close at League Meet 2 to getting that 36 artifact ranking point. Didn't see anyone end up getting it, but I think we could see it fall today. Circuit Breakers quickly scurrying back, landed 3 more shots as their partner Kronos tosses up 1, 2, and almost a third that goes just over for blue. Red's trying to catch up, though. The Oskaloosa teams sounds like they're calling for the FTA, trying to figure out some issues with their robots. The Rubber Duckies come over with 3 more artifacts, trying to get those up into the red goal as Blue Alliance continues their scoring flurry, emptying out the classifier once again in this first match. The Rubber Duckies hit 2 of their 3 shots. They were one of the more consistent shooters we saw at our second league meet. We're going to have to see if they can keep that up today. Circuit Breakers, though, they cannot be stopped right now. Not a lot of defense going on in this match as they just continue to score artifacts at will. Now going to that far launch zone, hitting some deep shots for the Blue Alliance. Ooh, one just barely bounces out due to a little bit of backspin on that shot. About 45 seconds left in this match now. Blue's got a pretty sizable lead. Red's going to have to start nailing a lot of these shots if they want to get back in it. They do have their classifier almost full, though. Have to see if they choose to keep that full or refill it here. A couple more long shots bouncing out for Circuit Breakers. That's due to the amount of spin it looks like they have on those artifacts. Makes it a little more likely to bounce out. Same thing happens for Red. A couple of those shots just bouncing off. Polycarbonate is... Oh, looks like Blues already got that classifier almost full again. They had emptied it once more as we entered the last 10 seconds of the match now. Have to see if these teams go for base points or not. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match 1. Let's give those teams a round of applause. Very impressive first match of the day. We saw a lot of shooting by both alliances, specifically Blue. They did meet that threshold, like I mentioned, of getting 36 artifacts launched into the goal. That's going to net them an extra ranking point. And those ranking points are going to be very big come the end of the season. Once we get to league tournament, every match where you pick up those extra ranking points is going to be really important. So unlike previous years, you don't just need to win. You need to win and be performing well at these league meets. All right, after some deliberation by our referees and some fixing with the score system, should have that score ready here in just a second. All right, there we go. Got the animation up on the board now. First match of the day is going to be won by our Blue Alliance with a score of 143-62. Blue Alliance picks up 5 of the 6 available ranking points. Circuit Breakers going up in the rankings quite a bit into second. All right, moving back here to field 2, and I was just checking the scores. That is just 1 point short of a state record. 144 is where it stands. But since that was just our first match, I've got a pretty good feeling that's going to fall at some point, probably multiple times today. Let's see if any of these teams can get it done. let's meet our Red Alliance, starting off with team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors, purple. And then they've got their alliance partner, team 22187, it's Phoenix. Representing our blue alliance, another team in purple, it's team 8938, Octobots. And last but not least is their alliance partner, team 24438, Create the Future. All right, all 4 of our teams are set. Let's take hands off and randomize our field. One second. All right, think we're good now. Just had to update something in our scoring system, and we have motif 1. So once again, green artifact, followed by 2 purple artifacts, as determined by the April tag on the obelisk. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, our scorekeeper is ready. Let's begin the match. Timeout. There we go. Now on the live stream, for any of you watching back home, should be able to see field 2. Red Alliance, still ready? Blue Alliance, still ready? Scorekeeper is still ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. 3 of our teams, now all 4 are off and going. Looks like a bit of a collision between our Blue Alliance robots. Shots going up by both red robots, including Norwalk, who does appear to have a new robot for this meet. Octobots nails 3 shots, all of which are in that right order, so they're going to pick up some nice pattern points there, as it looks like Phoenix is attacking the other drive team. Not the greatest display of gracious professionalism. Looks like they're going for a high shot, bounces right into that red goal. Nice stuff from our Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Just a 2-point lead for Red, exiting our autonomous period. Gonna have to come down to who can shoot more here in the teleoperated period. Looks like Red's already tossing up some shots and emptying out that classifier, as the Blue Alliance does the same. They've quickly got 6 in that blue classifier now. Got to remember, though, teams are probably going to be thinking about which colors of artifacts they want in which position. That way they can get those extra motif points and maybe even a ranking point. Blue emptying out their classifier now. All of those artifacts go tumbling out through the secret tunnel zone. That's the colored zone right next to the wall, and over to the human player, where this year they can grab those out, put them into robots, do whatever they please with them to help their strategy. Octobots tosses up 3 shots in a row. Seems they're able to kind of rapid fire with their shooter, launch 3 in a row instead of having to wait in between shots. Both red robots lining up. Looks like Phoenix got a shot off there. I can hear Norwalk shooter going. There's one for our Red Alliance. About a minute to go left in our match. Blues taking a bit of a lead here, even though they were trailing after auto, thanks to Octobots being able to hit these shots. They opted to go for some long ones there. Those are a little harder, though, and it didn't quite work out for them, as Red has now almost filled that classifier. Here's some calls for the FTA. Technical issues do arise sometimes, so it's up to these teams and our volunteers to help get them back in the game. A little over 30 seconds left now. Red is beginning to catch up a little bit as they hit some more of these shots. Octobots going for more of those deep shots, but again, those are just a little harder to hit. Both of those bounce off the front as Norwalk tosses a couple more with that new robot. Last 20 seconds of the match now. Octobots hits an overflow shot. Those are only worth 1 point if they go tumbling over the top of the others. They're worth 3 if they're classified and sitting in the ramp. Norwalk hits a couple more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match 2. Looks like we got potentially a couple full parks, maybe a couple partials as well. I'll leave that up to the referees to decide. As it stands right now, though, Blue has just a 12-point lead. our score for that second qualification match now. Going to be a Blue Alliance win with a score of just 98-90. Close, high-scoring match from both sides as Blue also picks up 5 ranking points. Octobots into third. It's going to be those 4, 5, and even 6 ranking point matches that determine who's really moving up in the rankings. Because it's not too difficult to just win a match and get those 3, but those extra ones from scoring lots of artifacts and getting leave points and getting the right patterns, those are the ones that are really going to set teams apart at the top of the rankings. Moving back to Field 1 now, got a few of our teams ranked in the top 10, some other highly ranked teams for this match. Let's see who we've got on the Red Alliance. Starting off with Team 30700, it's 7 C's. And their alliance partner, also a rookie team, it's Team 31844, Control, Alt, Defeat. Moving to our Blue Alliance now, we've got Team 27302, Velocity. And another one of our Norwalk teams, it's 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. All right, looks like our 4 teams are set. Let's have everyone go ahead and take their hands off and randomize the field. And we've got Motif 1 for the 3rd match in a row. Green artifact, then 2 purple artifacts, if any of those teams are able to detect the April tag on the obelisk. So by the data, it is random, just not so far. We've got 100% on obelisk 1. We'll have to see if that continues throughout the rest of our matches. If it does, our scoring system might be broken. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper is ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, 3rd match off and running. Red already tossing up shots from one of their robots. Velocity putting up a few for Blue. Only one of those bounces in. Looks like Control Defeat was able to hit 3 nice shots for the Red Alliance as Velocity goes back to get some more. They're lining up. Looks like they've got 2 purple artifacts in their robot. Now a 3rd green one. Oh, looks like those are kind of falling out of their robot. Don't know if they're going to be able to shoot those or not before the end of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Saw Velocity's flywheels twitch there, but they couldn't get it out in time as now they spit out both those artifacts to get ready for teleop. Looks like all 4 of our robots are now hunting those artifacts, trying to get those up into the goals. Norwalk Warriors Gold hits 1, 2, and maybe a 3rd. Can they get it up into their shooter? As Red, both robots tossing up shots, quickly filling that red classifier. Again, each one of those artifacts that is on the bottom part of the ramp is worth 3 points. If they fill it up, anything that rolls over the top is only worth 1. That's why you see teams opening that gate at the bottom to let those artifacts go. I've got a feeling we're going to see that from our Red Alliance here as their classifier is pretty full. Blue doing the same, though. Norwalk Warriors Golden Velocity working in tandem to throw up some nice shots. Going to be a pretty close match. Red leads by 5 with 1:10 to go as Red is now putting down some overflow shots. Again, 1 point each as they sit on top. Those balls usually are going to roll over the top, but it looks like those ones got a little bit stuck. They're still only worth 1 point. They are not worth 3. Looks like Blue lining up again. Velocity trying to get a shot out as their partner, Norwalk Gold, shoots around them. Both classifiers are now full. Going to have to see if these teams choose to keep them full or reset them here. Norwalk trying to empty out that gate. There we go. Blue emptying their classifier as Red just continues to hit those overflow shots. Guess their strategy is just to hit a flurry of shots, get a few more extra points. Maybe they have a pattern they like. They're going to try to keep those motif points. 23 seconds left in this match now. 7 C's in control of defeat. Just continuing to toss up overflow shots as we reach the last 20 seconds of the match. Bit of jockeying for position here at the middle of the field. Control defeat, trying to get back and toss in a couple more overflow shots. Got a couple robots going for base points now. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. According to the referees, full and a partial park for both of our alliances. So that's a wash. Going to come down to shooting and maybe any fouls to determine the winner of this match, as blue is only up by 4 right now. Red hit a lot of shots, but they didn't empty out that classifier. They only put up a bunch of overflow shots, and those aren't worth as many points. It also only scores if it goes through the square, which is the little exit to the top part of the goal. So I think there's some shots in the goal that actually aren't going to count because they didn't go through that square. Looks like, I don't know how many, looks like maybe 3 or 4 that aren't going to score for the Red Alliance. According to our head referee, 5 that won't count because they didn't go through the metal part of the gate there. All right, got some clarification there. Got some clarification and advice there from our officials. Should be able to see the score here in a minute once we get everything submitted. This one's going to be pretty close. Blue does have a lead. Those 5 red artifacts that don't count could end up playing a big impact in the outcome of this match. Red Alliance score 70-66. Those points that they left in the goal ended up not mattering as Red brings home the win, keeps both those teams in the top 10 thanks to getting 4 ranking points. Blue picked up their own ranking point though, so that's how Velocity is still moving up in the rankings even though they weren't the victors in that match. Moving back to Field 2 now, we've got 4 more teams queued up for their first matches of the day. Let's see who we have on our Red Alliance. Starting off with team 24358, it's Ragnarok. And their alliance partner is team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. Representing our Blue Alliance now as the field gets a little reset, we've got team 13085, Bionic Dutch. And their alliance partner, team 18200, MSTM Techno Devils. All right, our wonderful FTA confirming all of our teams are set up on the field. Let's go ahead and randomize. Will we get 1 again? We do get 1 again. I'm starting to think the scoring system might be messed up. 4 in a row now. Well, that means we better get 4 in a row of the next one, then 4 in a row of the one after. We'll just see what happens. Oh, got to fix the order there. The competition manual outlines very specific ways the field has to be set up. Looks like we made an accidental mistake there, but luckily we got caught before the match got started. All right, we got that fixed up now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper's ready. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, all 4 of our robots already moving. We saw Ragnarok hitting a lot of shots in auto last meet. Bionic Dutch going for some deep shots now. 1, 2, and 3 for our Blue Alliance. 3 shots now by both alliances as Ragnarok tosses in 1, 2 more, missing one of those shots. Both blue robots hitting some shots now. Looks like Ragnarok's opted to stop their autonomous. Techno Devils and Bionic Dutch going for some more, just landing short. Getting a couple more, though. Going to be a lot for our Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, into teleop now. That blue classifier is mostly full, but red's got 5 of their own. Going to see a lot of shooting in this match. Ragnarok first to score in teleop as blue empties out the classifier, courtesy of Bionic Dutch. Going to have to see if they can score at the same clip they were in auto. Looks like both of our blue robots are pretty versatile. They can score in either that far zone or the near zone. Going to help them in this match when trying to get around for position. A lot of teams like to shoot from right there in the center of the field, and we can hear the teams yelling, kind of trying to figure out where they want to go, not run into their partners as they try to shoot these artifacts. It's like one of our robots isn't moving right now. It's Roadrunner Robotics. We'll have to see if they can get back in the game. Right now they are in a position where a lot of teams like to sit and shoot. Could affect the scoring we see in this match as blue empties their classifier again. We saw red empty theirs a little bit ago. Don't think I mentioned that. They are behind a little bit right now, though, so they're going to have to keep scoring if they want to catch back up in this match. Both blue robots now, Techno Devils and Dutch shooting once again, but Ragnarok's hitting some shots for red, trying to get them back in the lead. A lot of their artifacts have accumulated at that front left corner of the field, kind of benefiting the Red Alliance since that's where that human player is located. Techno Devils doing what they did best at the last meet, shooting those long-distance shots, 1, 2, and now 3 for the Blue Alliance. Another full classifier with just over 30 seconds to go. Going to have to see if they empty that or if they play it safe and just keep it full. Bionic Dutch answers my question immediately. They empty most of the classifier out. Good strategy there, just letting a few out so they don't have to worry about filling it all up again. Last 20 seconds of the match now. We're going to see some last-second shots, and now I bet teams are going to start going for the base as Bionic Dutch lets a few more out of that classifier. Robots getting caught up on each other. Looks like they were trying to get out of the base zone, go over to their own. 2, 1, and that is the end of qualification match number 4. Blue Alliance did hit a lot of shots during that match. Our live score shows 33, just 3 short of the 36 needed to get that extra ranking point. We didn't see anyone get it at the last meet. We already saw it once this morning and almost a second time now. So I think when we see a lot of these really capable shooters paired up together, we're going to see a lot of ranking points getting picked up. Sounds like Roadrunner Robotics at 7823 was accidentally turned off by one of the other robots during that match, but due to it being inconsequential, I don't know if that's going to be a foul or not. All right, looks like we've gotten those rulings clarified to our teams now. Should be able to see the score here in a minute once we get everything submitted. I think we've got it up on the board yet. Indeed we do. Let's see who took that one. It's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 129 to 75. Not quite our high score, but that's a lot of points for our Blue Alliance and 4 ranking points. All right, moving back to field 1 now, getting ready for our 5th qualification match of the day. Already flying through them. We'll take a quick break once we get to lunch. Not quite sure when that'll be yet. Then we'll finish up the remainder of our matches in the afternoon. All right, let's meet our teams here on field 1. Field 1 for qualification match 5, starting with our Red Alliance, where we have one of our rookie teams, Team 33528, the Pancake Annihilators. And their partner is Team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. Representing our Blue Alliance, we have Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. Then their alliance partner is Team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right, fixing our field setup once again. Got to make sure all these artifacts are set up. These teams likely have their own fields back wherever they practice that they've been practicing their autonomouses and their teleop on, so we want to have everything set up the exact same way they would. All right, looks like our 4 teams are queued up now. Let's go ahead, hands off, and randomize our field. And we get motif 3 this time. Anything but motif 1. All right, teams are going to want to shoot 2 of those purple artifacts followed by a green to get those extra pattern points. 2 points for each artifact. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper's ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, all 4 robots going again. Quantum Igniter shooter making a lot of noise, trying to toss up a couple shots, only getting 1 of them in though. Unga Bunga Bongos tossed up 3 of their own for red, but none of those were able to fall down. Quantum Igniter's going back in 2 more. Looks like they might have 4 in their robot now. Teams are only allowed to control 3. It looks like they opted to just stop their autonomous. Gonna have to see if they can get any of those artifacts out of their robot once we transition into teleop.
One.
And into teleop now. 2 minutes for these teams to take manual control of their robots and score a lot more of these artifacts. Blue, I can tell they're lining up for a shot. Quantum Igniter's got 1 of those artifacts out. Now, looks like we got a team shooting in the wrong direction, attacking our media team. One of the things teams have to be cognizant of this season is where they're launching those artifacts. Got to make sure they're in one of those triangular launch zones when they shoot, but also they want to be aiming at those goals. Quantum Igniter's already almost filling that blue classifier as Unga Bunga Bongo's shooting up a high power shot, but just going over for red. Like both blue robots lining up to shoot. Coding Goat's falling a little short as Quantum Igniters knocks down a few quick shots. Already getting some overflow points. They're going to go empty out that classifier now so they can get more of those 3-point classified shots. Red now, Unga Bunga Bongos again trying to line up to shoot. They're got a little too much power on those shots. That one went sailing over our Red Alliance goal. Quantum, really consistent shooting both at last meet and today. Hitting a lot of these shots as Pancake Annihilators throws up their first shots. Almost, there we go, bouncing in a long distance one from that front launch zone. These blue robots, though, are really effective. About 40 seconds left. They've already got 60 points and have plenty more time to get some more. Going to have to see if they start trying to get the right colors to get those pattern points. They'll get them an extra ranking point. Quantum Igniters emptying out most of the classifier again with not a lot of time left in the match. We'll have to see if they can keep shooting at the same rate and get that full again. Coding Goats now lining up 1, 2, and third tossed in by their partner as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. I hear teams communicating about going to the base. We'll have to see if they can get there in time. Teams kind of getting in towards the base now, trying to get those extra ranking points. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. A lot of scoring by both, but specifically our Blue Alliance, who almost has that full classifier. Doesn't look like, looks like Red has 2 partial parks. I can't tell for Blue. Might be a full and a partial or just 2 partials. We'll have to see what the referees see and ultimately decide for this match. All right, scores should be submitted for qualification match 5. We'll take a look at those up on the board once they're submitted. There we go. Got that score now. This one's going to be our Blue Alliance once again with a score of 113 to 36. 4 ranking points for our Blue Alliance. That movement and parking ranking point, the one with the little robot, does seem to be the easiest to pick up. All right, got our teams already set up for qualification match number 6. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance, starting off with the guys in red. That's Team 6147 Nubotics. Then their alliance partner is Team 18527, the PCM Alchemists. Representing blue, already playing in their second match, it's Team 30700 7 C's. Then last but not least, it's Team 26192 Heat Waves. All right, getting our field properly set up once again. All right, confirming our teams are all set to go. Let's have everyone take hands off and randomize the field. Gonna be motif 2 this time. Doesn't sound like the teams are excited about that. We'll have to see how this plays out in the autonomous period. Red Alliance, are you ready? Yeah! Blue Alliance, can you match their energy? Are you ready? All right, pretty good. We'll see if you can do better next match. Our scorekeeper's ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, our team's wasting no time. New box plowing through all those artifacts, maybe just getting them out of the way for later. Heat Waves queuing up for some shots. One in, going for a second, goes over the side just a little bit, and they hit that third one, though. Going to be some nice points for our Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, those two are backwards from what the motif is, so no extra pattern points for Blue this match. They will get 3 points for each of those artifacts, though.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
12-0 favoring Blue as we exit autonomous. And here our team's already trying to communicate strategy, figuring out where they need to be to launch, where they need to go to get more artifacts. CPCM moving now. Great to see that all of our robots are going already. Nubotics, they weren't at the last meet, taking some extra time to work on their robot, but they've hit 1, 2, and now 3 shots for Red. 7C's robot, bit of a noisy robot as I hear it trying to move around. They've got some nice large laser cut wooden panels on their robot. And a fancy shooter mechanism. Reminds me a lot of quantum igniters as they hit 1, 2, and looks like they didn't have a third in their robot, so they'll just hit those 2 shots for now. Red, wasting no time. They've quickly filled up the classifier. Nubotics using those big mechanism wheels, maybe getting some extra traction on the field, trying to toss in 3 more purple artifacts. Their partner PCM does the same, and Red has now filled up that classifier. Will they empty it out, or are they going to just keep getting overflow shots? 1 minute left. That'll be their decision. Heat Waves got 3 in that vertical indexer that they use. They just dropped 3 in the top as Red answers as New Box empties the classifier, closing that gate just in time for that purple artifact to land at the bottom. That is helping them for the motif, so if they could get all of these shots right, they could get that extra ranking point. Oh. Couple shots going up, one hitting me in the shoulder. Dangerous game this season for both the drivers and our volunteers. A lot of these shots go just a little bit in the wrong direction, end up going over the goal. New box tossing up another shot. Bunch of noisy robots in this match. As we're at the last 20 seconds, there's a few parts here at the back of the field. Hopefully we can find who those belong to after the match, get them back to them so they can fix up their robots. Less than 10 seconds to go now. Teams are going for the base and hitting a few last-second shots. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 6. Live score shows a narrow lead for Red, but only 5 points. This could come down to any base points there at the end. Almost 2 completely full classifiers. Red just 1 short. Sounds like 2 partials for both alliances from what I could tell. Looks like 7C's got pushed out of that base zone at the very end of the match. Although base seems like something really simple. You just got to drive your robot to a spot in the field. It's pretty difficult to be able to get one robot fully in and the other one partially in, just due to the size of these robots. There can even be extra points for getting both robots fully in. We haven't seen any teams here go for that yet. That likely is going to require a much more complex mechanism, a way to lift your robot off the ground or even lift your partner's robot off the ground. If teams are able to accomplish that, though, they get more points, which could be huge in extra ranking points and winning matches. Oops, score for that match already. That one went to our Red Alliance, 75-60. 4 ranking points for Red, moving both those teams up in our rankings. Blue, both teams stay where they're at right now. 1 ranking point for Blue. All right, back on field 1 now. Had a little backup in our queue, but these teams are all ready to go, all set up for this match. Let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. Everyone here already playing in their second match of the day now. First, we've got team, let's see, 32050, the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. And their alliance partner is team 33528. It's the Pancake Annihilators. Now representing our Blue Alliance, currently ranked 4th, it's team 8938 Octobots. And their teammate also pretty highly ranked, it's team 3184 Control Alt Defeat. All right, got a feeling we're in for yet another great match as we continue to churn through these morning matches. Let's have everyone take their hands off and randomize the field. And Motif 1, once again, going to have to switch this back. We'll see if any teams can use some camera vision to detect what April tag is showing on the obelisk. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeepers ready? Well, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. Starting buzzer has sounded. Control Defeat, the first to score some points. 1, 2, and 3 into that blue goal. Red answering, though, courtesy of the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. That's team 32050. None of those shots able to quite go down, but they will get points for being outside of that launch zone. Blue has 6 in that classifier, trying to go for 3 more. I don't know if they're going to have time. 3 seconds left in auto for Octobots to get these shots off. Sounds like they'll save them for teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, all of our teams going now. See a lot of similar robot designs. Looks like most of these robots have a design that just has the human player drop 3 artifacts into the top, like what we just saw on the Blue Alliance, and then go over to the goal and launch those out. Looks like Octobots is the only team that can pick up off the floor of the field using their intake. That's probably going to help them get some of those harder to reach artifacts and ones that aren't in the human player zone. Octobots already emptying the blue classifier as Red starts to hit a few shots, 2 in a row for 32050, as their partner, the Pancake Annihilators, goes back and puts 3 more into the bucket on their robot. Going to go back and try to get those launched up into the goal now, catch up the Red Alliance in this match. Octobots using that floor intake to their advantage, hitting 2 of their 3 shots. Now 7, 8 into that Blue Alliance classifier. Red trying to hit some really long shots. Again, that far zone worth the same amount of points. A little hard to hit those shots, but also less interference with other robots trying to shoot from there. It's all a big strategy game. These teams have probably looked at a lot of data to figure out how they want to approach this season's game. Blue empties out that classifier with a little under a minute left. We're going to have to see if they can get that filled up before the end. Trying their best, though. Already 3 into that classifier, courtesy of Octobots. Red answers, though. They've got 3 in the classifier in the right order. They're going to get some nice pattern points because of that. Blue wasted no time, though. Octobots just keep scoring rapid fire into that high goal. 25 seconds to go now, and their Blue Alliance is just not stopping, getting overflow points now as those balls roll over the top as we enter the last 20 seconds. Both classifiers full now. I hear both alliances talking about getting those park points. Can they get fully in that base square? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our match. Great match by these alliances, both with full classifiers. All right, sounds like we got our score for qualification match 7. No fouls. That's what we love to hear. This one's going to go to our Blue Alliance with a score of 115 to 54. Yet another match over 100 points. Going to be 4 ranking points for our Blue Alliance. That puts Octobots in first. We're going to see a lot of jockeying around in those rankings as we go through the matches today. And then we got 2 more meets before league tournament when those rankings really start to matter. Rankings are actually even more important this year as the advancement system has changed. It's not just the winning alliance and the top award winners. It's how many points you get across qualification matches, the eliminations, where you get picked in the eliminations, and awards. So teams have to perform well in all areas of the First Tech Challenge competition if they want to advance to state. We're back on field 2 now, just churning through matches. We've got a lot of high-ranked teams all in the top 15 on the field right now. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. Starting off with team 24358, Ragnarok. And their alliance partner is team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. Representing blue now, we have team 26192, it's Heat Waves. And then their partner, team 22189, Kronos Robotics. All right, our 4 teams are set and initialized. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Might have to wait just a minute here as we fix some stuff with the scoring system. While we're waiting for randomization here, I'll take a moment to look at the artifacts these teams have preloaded. They can preload up to 3 each. They can do less if they choose, but 3 is the most, so that's the easiest way to get a lot of points. Looks like Ragnarok has 3 purple in their robot. That means that at best they get 2 in the right pattern. But if they get all 3 of those in the goal, they're guaranteed to get 2. So kind of a high floor, low ceiling type scenario. Looks like their partner, Norwalk Gold, has 2 green in their robot to compensate for Ragnarok taking all of those purple ones. Interesting strategy by Red. Most of the time we see both teams just preload 2 purple and 1 green, which is what our Blue Alliance has done. All right, I think we're good to randomize now. Got everything going again. Motif 2, which we already have set up. Purple, green, then purple. Red Alliance, are you ready for this match? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Waiting just a minute for our head ref. Then we'll get this match going. All right, we got a thumbs up now. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All these robots wasting no time. A lot more auto than we saw at our previous 2 meets. Ragnarok hitting 3 deep shots. Heat Waves tries to answer for blue as Ragnarok grabs a few more for red. Looks like they're just a little off, missing those shots. Their partner, Norwalk Gold, looks like they've had a bit of a collision. They were going to go try to shoot some, but now they're caught up on each other's robots. Metallum, though, able to correct. Are they going to nail these? They are. Looks like the robot got back on track. A lot more points for red now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Decent lead for our Red Alliance now, but as we've already seen today, teams can come back and tele-op if they really pick up their scoring. Red was able to get 4 in the right position there in Autonomous, so that's going to net them some extra pattern points. If they have just 5 artifacts in the right positions at the end of tele-op, they could get that extra ranking point. They've now gone ahead and emptied out the classifier. They know they're going to be filling it up. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that from both of our alliances in this match. Norwalk Gold trying to get those artifacts shoved up. There's 1. Can they get the second purple artifact into their shooter? Oh, just bounces out. Looks like they might not be getting quite enough speed from their flywheel, or maybe not enough compression on that artifact. Blue slowly catching up. They've got 3 in the classifier now. Looks like Heat Waves, though, the way they were driving to the wall, looks like they might have disconnected. We'll have to see if they can get back on the line, get the Blue Alliance back in this match. Red scoring in tandem. Looks like, Ragnarok, looks like they might have disconnected there for a second, but they're perfectly fine. Just grabbing some more artifacts for the Red Alliance to score. Now up to 6 in that red classifier. Looks like Heat Waves is in kind of a precarious position right next to that ramp. I don't know if Red can empty. Oh, never mind. Wasn't sure if Red was going to be able to empty that classifier, but now that Heat Waves is out of the way, doesn't matter. Metallum goes ahead and empties it with just under 40 seconds left. Can they get it filled up again, and can they get that extra ranking point before the end of the match? Haven't talked about Blue much. Heat Waves back online now, though, trying to get 3 more in. They've got 3 in that tall wooden indexer they have. 1, 2, almost a third as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. We see Metallum Motorum utilizing their ability to angle their shooter, hitting a long-distance shot. Heat Waves already content to park. Their partner, Kronos, trying to also get a partial park, potentially get that extra ranking point. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our match. Great work, teams. Looks like Red has almost all of those artifacts in the right pattern in their classifier. Looks like 7 of them, so that should be enough to get them that extra ranking point as indicated by our live scoring. Not quite enough, though, to get that 36 shot ranking point. Again, we've got to have 2 really capable scorers on Alliance to hit that. And although these teams have been very fast, they got to do a lot of shooting if they want to hit that. Sounds like we might have had just a handful of little fouls during that match. As a reminder, lots of ways outlined in the competition manual for these teams to incur fouls. Both minor fouls worth 5 points to the opposing alliance and major fouls worth 15 points to the opposing alliance. Those, although pretty small, if they add up over the course of a match, can easily turn the tide in one alliance's favor. So teams have to make sure they're aware of what all the rules are and how to avoid getting those fouls. Sounds like we've got a score now for that match. We're going to have to see if fouls made a difference or not. It's going to be won by our Red Alliance. Score 105-54. 5 ranking points for Red, getting both those teams up in the rankings, including Ragnarok, into 4th place. Those fouls not making a difference, but teams got to keep those in mind. Probably clean that up before we get to league tournament. Once our matches start getting really close, then those fouls could easily make a difference. All right, back on field 1 now. Let's meet our teams for our 8th, or actually 9th qualification match of the day. Starting off on red, we have team 13085. That's the Bionic Dutch. And their partner in blue, it's team 30586, the Coding Goats. Representing blue now, it's team 6147, Nubotics. And then their alliance partner is team 22187, it's Phoenix. All right, our teams appear to be all set to go. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Getting motif 3 now. Once again, not all of our teams thrilled by that. All right, looks like we're set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, robots going once again, all 4 in this match. Red hitting both near and far shots. Again, all worth the same amount, but really important that those teams are able to hit shots while working together, not getting in each other's way, trying to go to the same spot on the field. 4 in that red classifier as Bionic Dutch really quickly moving, going to get some more. Can they hit these last 2? 1 just short. Ooh, there we go. Got that green one in as Phoenix tries to hit some shots for our Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Decent lead for Red thanks to those 5 shots they hit in autonomous, but both these blue robots have shooters, so we know they can come back if they can hit some of these shots. New box, bit of a noisy shooter. I heard them revving up. Looks like they've got a camera on their robot. I wonder if it's possible that they're using that to use vision to align with the goal automatically. That'd be some pretty cool stuff if that's what they're doing. Red looks like they've already got 6. Now they're empty in the classifier. Sometimes that gate doesn't like to move, but it takes a little bit of persuasion to get all the way open. Looks like Coding Goat's trying to line up with the goal now. Doesn't look like their flywheels are spinning, though. They're going to have to get those spun up if they want to hit these shots. Bionic Dutch going for some far shots now. Getting one. Oh, that just bounces out for green. Looks like some of our teams might be having some little technical issues. Looks like Coding Goats only has 1 flywheel spinning. Don't know if they're still able to shoot when their robot's in that state. Nubiotics, they're getting some shots now for blue. 1, 2, and is a 3rd coming for blue. Indeed it is. 3 shots for our Blue Alliance. Starting to match red and get that classifier filled up. Less than 45 seconds to go now. Coding Goats still not quite able to shoot. Looks like that flywheel isn't working for them. Their partner Bionic Dutch, though, keeping them in the lead of this match, although only by 17 points right now. That can easily be made up by base points once we get to the end of this match. Bionic Dutch doing some short shots now. Looks like that might not quite be their forte as they shoot just over the goal. Less than 20 seconds to go now. Not a lot of shots going down in the last few seconds of this match. We'll probably see these teams opt to go for the base here before we reach the end. Coding Goats doing just that. They've got a smaller drivetrain. Lets them fit in that base a lot easier. Phoenix doing the same for blue as Bionic Dutch hits some far shots as our match concludes. Although red had the lead thanks to Bionic Dutch, after that autonomous period, blue did hit a lot of shots there at the end of teleop. 8 out of the 9 slots in the classifier are filled. Currently still has them behind by just a little bit, but remember, live scoring is not always the final score, so we could always see some changes as our referees finalize scoring everything that happened in that match. All right, sounds like our score just got submitted. Let's see who took that close match. There's a lot of scoring, but the winner's going to be our Red Alliance with a score of 54-44. 4 ranking points for Red, 3 for the win, 1 for getting those base points and those movement points in auto. All right, I've just been told that after match 12, we will start our lunch break. So if your team is playing in match 10, which is on the field, 11 or 12, don't leave just yet. We'll get lunch once we're done with these next 3 matches. Let's meet our teams here on red. Starting off with team 7823, it's Roadrunner Robotics. And their alliance partner is team 18,200. It's the Martinsdale St. Mary's Techno Devils. Representing blue now, we've got team 18527, PCM Alchemists. And their partner, currently ranked top 5 in the league, it's team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. All right, our teams are set. Field looks all right. Let's go ahead and have everyone take hands off and randomize the field. Motif 1. Going back to what we had at the start of today. 1 green artifact, then 2 purple artifacts. Red Alliance, are you ready? Let's get a little more energy. Red Alliance, are you ready? There we go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? They're definitely ready. Our scorekeeper's ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, both of our blue robots queuing up to shoot. Red's the first to score, though. Techno Devils hitting one of those long shots. They're taking their sweet time, but they do have a pretty consistent long-distance shooter as they nail a second one. Quantum Igniters, though, very fast robot, shooting while moving there for a second. There's 6 now into that blue classifier as they go for 3 more. Techno Devils hits that last shot, though, to get 3 into the red classifier as we end auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Quantum Igniters was able to get 4 of those artifacts in the right position. That's going to potentially help them pick up that ranking point at the end of the match. Their partner PCM now helping out, tossing a few artifacts up towards that blue goal. Looks like Roadrunner right now might be having some technical issues. We'll have to see if they need any help from the FTA as their robot gets moving. We'll have to see if they can use that intake, really large intake on their robot, to suck up any of those artifacts and get those shot up into the goal. Techno Devils doing what they do best, those long shots, bouncing a couple of them out. But their human player's already there with 3 more. They've really got that strategy honed in. They just go back and forth between the human player zone and that launch zone at the front of the field, doing the bulk of the scoring for Red in this match. Blue, 2 really efficient scores, though. PCM sailing a shot just over the top, but Quantum Igniters making up for it with 3 in a row, all in the exact same spot in that goal. Got a really consistent shooting mechanism. Not quite sure how they do it, but they've really honed in that robot. Both blue robots making tons of shots in a row. That was like 6 shots right there for blue. They've already filled up that classifier again with 45 seconds to go. Will they empty it out, or are they going to stay content with what they have? PCM for now, staying content. Looks like they're going to just shoot as Quantum Igniters empties it out. Not going to have a lot of time to get it filled up again, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we get 6? Yep, indeed we do. 6 shots for blue, quickly filling it up once again. Techno Devils, though, pulling a lot of the weight for red right now. They filled up the red classifier as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. I don't know why I was doubting blue. They've already filled up that classifier again and are now getting some overflow points. Might have to start thinking about the base, though, as we reach the end of this match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of our high-scoring match. 118 currently for blue. Looks like enough for a shot. 38 total balls, or artifacts, excuse me, launched for our Blue Alliance. That's going to be enough to get that ranking point. And looks like our pattern was green, then 2 purple. Looks like they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the right position. We'll have to see if that's enough for them to get that ranking point as well. Don't know if they... Looks like they had both robots move in auto as well. Depending on what they were able to score in the base, this could be a 6 ranking point match for blue. All right, sounds like we're good. Great scoring in that match. And blue get all 6 ranking points. Or will red take it? Blue does take the win. And all 6 ranking points for our Blue Alliance. That's good enough to propel Quantum Igniters all the way from 5th to 1st. Again, this is how important getting those ranking points is going to be at League Tournament. Great work by PCM Alchemists and Quantum Igniters. Red also picking up that pattern ranking point, though. So even though they couldn't get the win, their effort was not for naught. Moving back to field 1. These teams are ready for yet another great match. Let's see who we've got on red. First off, we have team 44-43. It's the Sock Monkeys. And their partner, it's team 24438. Create the future. Now, representing our Blue Alliance from Colfax, we've got team 21718. It's the Unga Bunga Bongos. And last but not least, it's team 27302, Velocity. All right, I see 4 robots set. Looks like the field is set properly. Gonna make sure all of these teams have initialized either an autonomous or a teleop period if they're not running an auto. Once they get set with that, we'll call hands off and randomize the field. All right, looks like they're all set now. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. This one's going to be motif 2, so the green artifact splitting those 2 purple artifacts in the classifier. Red Alliance, are you ready? I don't hear you. Red Alliance, are you ready? That's a little better. Blue Alliance, you can do better than that, right? There we go. Our scorekeeper's ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Again, all 4 of our robots wasting no time. Big difference from our first league meet where most of our teams didn't even have an autonomous period. A lot of blue artifacts going up over the goal. Create the future, though, hitting 2 shots. Going to give red a bit of a lead probably as we exit auto. Velocity is trying to get some more artifacts picked up. Looks like they might have 1 in their robot now. Can they get over to launch that before the end of auto? Looks like they're going to try to get that launched, but they ran out of time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that 8-second transition between autonomous and teleop is to give teams a chance to get their teleop mode selected, pick up their controllers, get ready to start the rest of the match. Looks like Red's already nailed 3 shots, courtesy of Sock Monkeys. Pretty simple robot design, but very effective. All they have to do is drop 3 in via their human player, and then go back and launch those up and into the goal. Unga Bunga Bongos, really high-powered shots there, going way over the goal, almost nailing our volunteers. We might have to start wearing full-on face shields instead of just safety glasses back here. Velocity, looks like they had a couple issues there with their flywheels not getting enough power on that shot. We'll have to see if they can hit these next ones. One thing I've noticed throughout this event so far is that teams shoot from a lot of different positions, but the teams that can shoot from those different positions on the field are the ones that are able to score the most. So lots of strategy that goes into this game and how to design your robot. Looks like Sock Monkeys has hit some shots now for red. 8 of the 9 slots in that classifier filled for red. Create the Future finishes it off with a solo shot to get that red classifier full. 50 seconds left. Don't know if they'll empty it out or if they'll be content to just keep filling it up with overflow shots, which are, again, just 1 point as opposed to 3 points when they land in the bottom. But to jock in for position now at the middle of the field. These robots are pretty durable, but they got to be careful making contact like that. If it's egregious, could be called for a foul. That's up to the discretion of our referees. Unga Bunga Bongos going back to that human player station, trying to grab some more artifacts, as Create the Future might be having some issues. Looks like they put their controllers down in the last 20 seconds of the match. Unga Bunga Bongos going for a different shooting position. Once again, shooting way over that goal. Getting the second one in, though, as their partner Velocity lets a few out of the classifier. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Velocity nails one of our volunteers right at the end of the match. That's why we're wearing our safety glasses. All right, spent a little time clarifying some fouls to both of our alliances. Bit of a lead for red, so we'll see if that's enough to keep the tie for this match. This match is going to be won by our red alliance. Score 71-35. Some fouls by both alliances. 4 ranking points for red. Seems like a lot of these matches we're seeing teams not just get the 3 for winning, but at least 1 or 2 extra ranking points thanks to the tasks they do throughout the match. All right, back on field 2 now for our last qualification match before lunch. And looking at the robots on this field, I think we're queued up for another high-scoring one. Starting on red, we've got one of our top teams. It's our 4th ranked team, 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partner is team 33528 Pancake Annihilators. Now representing blue, we've got team 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. And last but not least, they might be wearing red glasses, but they're on the blue alliance. It's team 6147 Nubotics. All right, our 4 teams appear to be initialized. Let's have everyone take hands off and randomize the field for our last match before lunch. Motif 2, that's going to be a mix of purple and green artifacts. All right, field is set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Scorekeepers ready? Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we saw Circuit Breakers hit a lot in auto before. The other thing getting hit is one of our poor volunteers. That's our FTA, getting hit at the end of the last match and the start of this match. Circuit Breakers 6 now into that classifier, all of which are in the right pattern as well. Can they get up to 9? Looks like these ones might not quite be in the right order. Still quite a lot of points for our Red Alliance. Free overflow now for Red as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Just 2 of those artifacts swapped in the wrong order for red, but as long as they get 2 artifacts at the end of the match in the right position, they'll pick up that ranking point. Blue trying to make up a bit of the auto deficit. Norwalk with that fancy new robot, tossing a couple into the blue goal as their partner Nubotics trying to do the same. Looks like Norwalk's robot does have a turret on it, so it can actuate to aim at the goal regardless of where they are on the field and how their robot's positioned. I don't know if they're using that today, though. I haven't seen it moving just yet. Circuit Breakers are really fast. Doesn't look like they mechanically changed much on their robot, but it's just gotten a lot better at scoring efficiently. Probably a lot of drive practice going on since the last meet. Pancake Annihilators trying to contribute to red, hitting some long shots now. 1, almost 2, and now they got to go back to get some more from their human player. Circuit Breakers easily opening that gate, doing that very swiftly, and now picking up the artifacts that they just emptied out, trying to once again fill up that classifier. I don't see much motion from our blue robots right now. Looks like new boxes just spin up their flywheels. Not quite able to get that shot down as Norwalk looks to be down and out right now. They don't even have their controllers in their hands. I'll have to see if they can get running again before this match ends. 40 seconds now. Circuit Breakers and Pancake Annihilators just continuing the flurry of scoring as Circuit Breakers empties the classifier again with just over 30 seconds left. The later in the match you empty it out, the riskier it is. 1, 2, and 3 now into the classifier again for red. 20 seconds. That buzzer indicates now that teams are probably going to be thinking about base points because, again, those are only scored at the end of the match, not during the match. Red trying to communicate. They want to get a full park, and looks like Circuit Breakers is going to be content just to get a partial one. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our last match of the morning. Sounds like 1 full for each alliances and 1 partial for Circuit Breakers on red. Full classifier for blue. Not all of those quite in the right order, so don't know if they're going to be able to pick up that ranking point. We'll have to see what the final score shows us. And red falling just short, unfortunately, of that 36-shot ranking point. Might have been able to pick up the other ones, though, so we'll just see once our final score gets revealed to us. All right, getting some clarification on fouls to these teams. We always like to tell our teams why they incurred a foul. That way they know about it and don't do it in the future. Want these teams to be playing clean, because once we get to state, we want our teams to be the ones carrying the banner. And historically, Central Iowa has been the dominant league, so we're counting on all of you to continue to represent us well. Can you do that for us? That's what we like to hear. All right, sounds like let's see the score for that last match before lunch. Going to be won by our Red Alliance with a score of 138-67. 5 ranking points for Red. Circuit Breakers back into first. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of moving around in the rankings as these teams get 4, 5, and even 6 ranking points in these matches. And with that, we're going to start our lunch break. Not sure when we're coming back. I'm going to find that out, and that's when we'll get started once again. Coming back from lunch at 12:35. And we're going to do a photo at 12:35 on the far end of the bleachers. So be here with your team and your robot 12:35 so we can take a photo. Go enjoy some lunch. We'll see you back here in a bit.
teams. Okay, so scooch all the way in. If you are not touching the hip of the next person, slide them in. Because we have through the stairs that we can get y'all in. So you can fill in the stairs, sit on the stairs all the way down. If you're in this section, you got to move over. You won't be in the picture. Good job. We're just not going to have all the robots are not going to make it in. If any parents want team pictures, you can come down here in the circle. Okay. Space right here. Space right here. Down on your knees. All right, and then fill in the stairs. Perfect. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right. If you're on this side, you got to scooch over a little bit. I got some space right here. Down here. Okay, if you are past my hand, hey, if you're past my hand, get over here. Scooch. There's a whole step right there. Your little rear can go right there. There you go. Awesome. Look at you snuggly kids. Good job. Okay, scooch over there with Max. There you go. And then you guys in. So snuggle in. Is that wide enough? Can everybody see it? I don't think there's any way we can get them in there. But do you guys want your robots doubled up, or is it more important for you? Hear that?
All right, we're going to need our teams for qualification matches 13 and 14 to go ahead and get ready to get on the field. So, Octobots, Kronos, Create the Future, and Heat Waves on field 1. And Unga Bunga Bongos, Phoenix, Unlucky Rubber Duckies, and PCM Alchemists on field 2. If you're one of those 8 teams, make sure you're getting all your stuff ready and getting on the field here. If you're in either of the matches after that, make sure you're getting to queue so you're ready for those matches. Thank you, guys. All right, we're getting ready over here on Field 1 to start our matches back up for the rest of League Meet 3 over here in the Acropolis League. Only got 3 of our 4 robots on the field, still waiting for our last one to show up. But while we're doing that, we're going to go ahead and meet these teams that we do have here on the field. Starting on our Red Alliance, which is fully represented right now, we have Team 8938. That's Octobots. And then their alliance partner is Team 22,189 Kronos. On the Blue Alliance, already set up, we have Team 26,192. That's Heatwaves. And their alliance partner taking the field now is Team 24438, Create the Future. All right, we're going to give these teams a minute or two to get everything set up. A little hard to get going after lunch. I get it. I'm a little groggy too, but we'll get back in the swing of things here. Get through our last 24 matches or so. 23, something like that. I can do math. I'm an engineer. Trust me. All right, looks like we got our 4 teams finally all set up, ready to go. Let's have everyone take their hands off and randomize the field. Gonna get motif 3, so 2 purple artifacts and a green artifact after that to get those extra pattern points. 2 points for each one in the right position. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper might be ready. We're going to give it just a minute here. Make sure our referees are all set to go as well. All right, thumbs up from our scorekeeper now. I see our head ref. Well, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, team's wasting no time. Oh, looks like a bit of a collision at the middle of the field. Octobots trying to push their way to their launch spot as Heatwaves sends 1, 2, and maybe a third now up and over the goal. That contact might have prevented them from getting to the spot they wanted to be in to shoot. Looks like Octobots might have opted to just stop their auto. Looks like all of our teams are done moving.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, not a lot of action in that autonomous period. I think that collision prompted some teams to stop their autos, but now we've got teams already tossing a few up into the red goal. Both blue robots setting up, missing shots, though, into that blue goal. Looks like Heatwaves is trying to get lined up as Octobots using that floor intake and shooting from the launch zone. One of the more versatile robots. They can get those artifacts off the ground and shoot from a lot of spots. It's a part of the reason they're one of the top 5 robots in our rankings. I believe 3rd or 4th, if I remember correctly. Well, a lot of robots in this match liking to shoot from right in the center of the field in that big launch zone. As long as the robots are at least partially in either of these triangular zones at the front and back of the field, they can launch. If they're not in one of those zones, though, they will get penalized if they launch from there, whether on purpose or by accident. Speaking of launching, Red Alliance doing a lot of that, filling up the right classifier and then emptying it out just as I mentioned it. There's quite a bit of time left in this match. Let's see, 1 minute left in this match, so they're going to have a lot of time to fill it back up. Blue, not quite able to fill their classifier yet. They've got 4, though. A couple knocked in by heat waves. But it looks like Octobots has just nailed a few more from that far launch zone. Seems like they're a little bit better at that, but they are able to hit the close ones, too, as they're trying to do right now. Looks like Create the Future might be having some technical issues. I see our wonderful FTA helping them. That's our field technical advisor. Going to try to help them get their robot reconnected so the Blue Alliance can keep scoring. Few shots going down for Red. A lot of purple artifacts as we reach the last 20 seconds. All right, Red's got a bit of a lead here. Pretty sizable lead. Blue's going to have to really start hitting some shots if they want to come back. Red, Octobot's hitting a shot over their 2 opponents. Able to shoot from anywhere in the field as we reach the end of the match. 2, 1. And that concludes our first match of the afternoon. All right, sounds like we've got those scores finalized. Should be able to see those. This match is going to belong to our Red Alliance. Final score, 103-26. 4 ranking points for Red, keeping those Octobots in 3rd place. Highest ranked team that was playing in that match. Speaking of high-ranked teams, got a couple teams in the top 10 currently over on Field 2. Starting off on Red, we've got Team 22187 Phoenix. Then their partner is Team 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos. Representing Blue now, we have Team 32050. It's the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. And their partner is Team 18527 PCM Alchemists. All right, I see our 4 teams set. Looks like they're initialized. Let's go ahead and randomize the field. Motif 1. We'll have to see if any of these teams are able to figure out what the correct order is and launch their artifacts accordingly. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeepers ready? Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, just a couple robots moving for now. Unga Bunga Bongos, they've got a lot of power in those shots, but looks like they might have honed that in a little bit. They hit 2 of them. Phoenix trying to get some too, but they don't have quite enough oomph on that shooter right now. Might be taking their robot a little bit of time to get woken up from that lunch break we had. Blue tried to score a few, but doesn't look like any of those were able to go in. Phoenix lining up for another shot now. 5 seconds left in auto. Are they going to launch or just save it for teleop? Looks like they're going to save it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, moving into a teleop now, moving out of auto. PCM Alchemist going to be the first to launch. They've got 1 and 2 into that blue goal. That one just barely falling in, almost rolled over the top. They're the only robot I see in this match. Actually, no, both Phoenix and PCM have floor intakes, so they can get those artifacts from anywhere on the field. They don't have to rely on their human player to drop those artifacts in the top. Unga Bunga Bongos, they're launching from that far zone. They've got a lot of power on that shooter. Can they get the angle right? Doesn't look like they could on that one. We've seen a lot of these teams relying on hitting that high part of the goal, kind of serving as a backboard and hoping that those shots bounce down and in, but isn't always a predictable strategy just with how these artifacts vary in their flight. Unlucky Rubber Duckies, though, not using the backboard at all there, shooting 3 clean shots right into the classifier, which they promptly empty out. Those 27 points now, all emptied out. Those points still score, but now they can fill it up with more 3-point shots. If they leave it full, any ball that rolls over the top, only 1 point for the Alliance. So Blue's going to start filling it back up now. PCM contributes 2 to the total. Can the Rubber Duckies get 3? They got 1. They're going for 2 now. They've almost got that one. Can they hit this last purple one? Indeed, they almost do. PCM, though, chips in 2 of their own. Red is trying to catch back up. Blue's really done a good job of filling that classifier as we approach the last 20 seconds of the match. Couple shots almost going down for Red. All right, teams have definitely heard that buzzer now. They're probably going to finish up a few quick cycles here, then start going towards the base. I see 2 teams trying to fully park. Others might just be content to launch for now. PCM going for another shot. 3, 2, 1, and they get the park at the end of the match. Excellent job by our teams. All right, sounds like our scores are being submitted for that match. Let's see who took qualification match 14. Everyone, match is important. Blue's going to be our winner for that match. Final score 78-36. Again, 4 ranking points for our winner. Almost every match we've seen the winner get at least 4 ranking points. Big difference than just our first meet and our second meet. Didn't see many of those extra ranking points being scored at all, but now it's basically every match we're seeing those. Back on field 1 now, a lot of accomplished teams, 3 of the top 5 in our rankings playing in this match. Can they hold up to those rankings? We're going to find out. Red Alliance is being represented by our team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. And their partner, team 27302, Velocity. Representing Blue now, both teams in the top 5. It's team 24358, Ragnarok. And last but not least, their partner, team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors, Purple. All right, teams are finishing their setup. Gonna wait for everyone to get their controllers plugged in, get their autonomouses selected. These teams really have to think about what they need in auto. They probably all have to have autos that work for both the back of the field and the front of the field. That way they can play well with any team they might be partnered with. Again, all these teams playing on the field, these partners are randomly assigned. They don't know who they're going to be working with, so they have to be flexible in their strategies if they want to score a lot of points. All right, we had one of our teams getting a new driver's hub. Sounds like the battery might have died in their other one. So remember to charge your batteries, both for your robot and your other devices. All right, sounds like everyone's on now. Looks like we're all initialized. I'll give Quantum Igniters just a second here. All right, all of our teams are initialized now. Hands off. Let's randomize the field. Motif 1, green artifact, and then 2, purple. Gonna have to see if that bodes well for any of these teams. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Scorekeeper's giving me a thumbs up. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. A lot of potential in this match. Ragnarok hitting a couple deep shots. Quantum hitting just one for the Red Alliance. Usually they've been a little more consistent than that. Looks like Norwalk might have hit their groove now. They disconnected that last match, but Blues got 7 in the classifier. Quantum coming back into it, though. They've got 7 in their own, but Ragnarok fills out the blue classifier and gets some overflow as well. 2 full classifiers in this match, just in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of scoring in auto. Both alliances over 40 points and immediately emptying out that classifier. Looks like one artifact got stuck in each. Blue elects to just keep that one for now. Ragnarok and Norwalk Purple answer first in teleop. If teams can keep scoring at this clip, it's going to be a very tight match. Velocity and Quantum now starting to answer here in teleop. Sounds like Blue Alliance is trying to communicate with their partner, trying to figure out where they want to be on the field. Right now, they can basically just be shooting whatever artifacts they want. Those pattern points only count at the end of the match. So right now, they're just grabbing whatever's convenient and tossing it up into that goal. Looks like Blue might be getting a bit of an edge now. They're scoring a little bit faster than Red, but if Red can take advantage with parking points and base, this is anyone's. Norwalk still doesn't like me from the last meet. They're launching over in my direction once again as they're trying to go for that blue goal. Ragnarok might have the strategy here. They're launching from that far zone. None of the other teams in this match are choosing to do that, so they're basically undefended sitting back there. Although right now they're not hitting many of those shots. Might need to adjust the angle from where they're shooting. Norwalk tossing up a couple. That bot's a lot more locked in. Usually it takes a couple matches, but when a team breaks out a new robot, it can be pretty potent at scoring. About 35 seconds left in this match now. A lot of shots being tossed up by Blue, but not all of them going in. See a lot of them by both robots missing. That could be where Red takes advantage. Both Red lining up to shoot. Velocity and Quantum Igniter shoot over the goal, though, as Norwalk hits one in the blue goal. Less than 20 seconds to go now. Blue's got a pretty big lead. Can they keep it together during these last 15 seconds? Ragnarok hitting a couple last-second shots. Both Blue robots now going to the base, trying to get a full park. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. What an exciting match. Let's give these teams a big round of applause. Looks like Blue might be just short of that 36 artifact ranking point. They put up a lot more than 36 shots, but not all of those went down, which really emphasizes the importance of consistency when shooting. If your team only puts up 20 shots, but you can make all those shots, it's going to be a lot better than the team that can put up twice as many shots but doesn't make very many. And then again, the importance of having them in the right order, getting those classifier points by having the right pattern. That's 2 points for each artifact in the right spot. So a full classifier that's in the correct order is 18 points. All right, should have the score now. The state record, I'm told, has climbed to 148. This is more than that without penalties. We could have a new state record. Winner's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 184 to 86. That's 154 points without fouls, which is a new state record for Iowa. Congratulations to Ragnarok and Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple, picking up 5 ranking points as well, putting both of them in the top 3 in our league rankings. Exciting stuff that we're seeing today, and we're not even halfway through all of our matches. not quite getting that 6th ranking point. I believe the score showed 34 out of the 36 needed, so almost a state record in 6 ranking points. That really emphasizes how good you have to be in all aspects of the game to get those 6 ranking points. Let's meet our teams here on qualification match 16. Starting on red, we've got team 31-844, Control, Alt, Defeat. Then their alliance partner is team 18200, MSTM, Techno Devils. Representing blue now, we've got team 13085, Bionic Dutch. And then we've got the oldest team in our league, team 4443, Sock Monkeys. All right, our field is set. Looks like all of our teams are initialized. Let's have everyone take their hands off and randomize the field. Motif 2, so green artifact splitting those other 2. There we go. I can read. There's a 2 on the inside. Kind of looks like a 3. They're similar if you squint. Now that we've got that all right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 of our robots looking like they're going to be doing some scoring here. A lot of shots flying around. Dutch and Techno Devils hitting some deep shots here in auto. We don't see that very often. Almost a collision there in the back, but they were able to keep out of each other's way. Bionic Dutch, 4 shots in for blue. Sock Monkeys, I know, hit a couple as well. Is Techno Devils going to shoot that last one? They do. Red's going to have just a bit of a lead here as we exit auto. Actually, maybe not due to pattern points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Looks like our live scoring was just a little behind because now Red does have a 42-24 advantage. Quite a bit of scoring there. We don't often see both of our alliances clearing 20 points in autonomous. Techno Devils rushing over, clearing out that classifier. They're probably going to do the same strategy we usually see where they shoot from the front of the field, which is very far away from the goal, but they've got a shooter that's capable of hitting those shots as they prove their partner Control Alt Defeat. They shoot from right in front of the goal. Maybe a little easier to hit those shots, but they do have to drive a little further. So just as trade-off in their strategy. Sock Monkeys, same design as Control Alt Defeat. That's the Go Build a Starter bot. That allows them to easily just load those balls into the top of the robot and shoot them up into the goal. Bionic Dutch, they've got 2 green artifacts in the robot. There's 1 in the goal, making it 2 now. 3 more points for each of those shots for our Blue Alliance. Red's already got that full classifier. Minute left in this match. Will they empty it out, or are they going to leave it full and just score overflow points? Looks like for now they're just going to do overflow. 1-2 as Bionic Dutch gets dangerously close to the opposing alliance gate. Remember, there can be penalties if any of those artifacts are released by an opposing alliance team. Bionic Dutch tossing 1 and 2 more in to fill up that blue classifier. We've got both classifiers full right now. A lot of time left in this match. Blue chooses to empty theirs out while red is still keeping theirs full. Difference in strategies here. Which one's going to pay off, though? All right, 20 seconds to go now. Can blue get that classifier filled back up? That could be what makes the difference here. Tossing up a lot of shots, but a few of those are missing. Those could prove crucial in the outcome of this match. Red going for base now. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our qualification match. We'll have to see if any of those teams were able to get full base points or not. All right, sounds like we got the score already for that match. It's going to be the Red Alliance bringing home our win, 105-88, benefiting from 15 points of fouls. Wouldn't have changed the outcome, though. Red picks up 5 ranking points, keeping both those teams in the top 7. Moving back to field 1 now. We've got more teams queued up to play their first match of the afternoon. Let's see who we've got on red. Starting off with our number 1 ranked team. It's 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partner sporting a new wooden robot. It's team 30700 7Cs. Now, representing blue, we've got team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. And then team 30586, that's the Coding Goats. All right, I see 4 robots on the field, 4 drive teams. Let's go ahead and have hands off and randomize our field. There we go. Motif 1, which is what we already have. Have to see if these teams are able to detect that correctly. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we know Circuit Breakers is pretty potent in auto, but they did just get hit by the opposing alliance. Is that going to throw them off? Looks like they got to the right position, missed a couple shots, though. Might throw off their ability to get that motif. All 3 of those shots bouncing out. Shows how difficult it is to hit these shots. They've put up a lot, but they just keep going out. Might have something to do with the way they put backspin on those shots. 3 seconds left. 1 more in. 3 total for our Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Only an 8-point lead for Red, despite throwing up so many shots and such an impressive auto. The fact that they just weren't going down is keeping the Blue Alliance in this match. As both Circuit Breakers and 7Cs are over at the goal. Circuit Breakers got a few in, but it looks like 7Cs is having a tough time getting the artifact up into their shooter assembly. Bit of a new robot, might still be working out some of the quirks. Blue trying to catch up now. Coding Goats got those dual flywheels going once again. Trying to get that artifact up into the shooter, but it looks like it might be caught on part of their robot. Those artifacts do have little holes in them, so it is easy for them to get caught on little objects in the robot. They do get a green one up into the goal, though. They got some serious work, though, if they want to catch up to Red, who nails 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 shots. More shots from Circuit Breakers just keep bouncing out. Kind of weird. We didn't see much from them earlier, or much of that happening. But now, seems like their robot might be getting a little tuckered out. Blue trying to catch up. They've got 4 in the classifier now. Coding Goats scurrying around, doing a bit of a wheelie there, trying to get 3 artifacts into their robot, which they do. Roadrunner Robotics putting up shots for the first time today. It looks like they added some tape flaps to help out their intake. Can they get it up into the goal? Looks like they just don't have quite enough power on their shooter as their partner, Coding Goats, adds a 5th into the classifier. Hearing a lot of noise on the field in this match. 7C's drivetrain is a bit scratchy. Might have some gears or belts slipping in that drivetrain. 25 seconds left. All right, here Red Alliance communicating that it's about to be the last bit of the match. They might have to start thinking about the base, as that buzzer indicates we've reached those last 20 seconds. 1, 2, and 3 more for Circuit Breakers to fill up the classifier. They're going to the base now with their partner, 7C's. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Circuit Breakers just barely doesn't make it to the base in time. Red was able to fill out that classifier, though, and score a lot of artifacts during this match. Sounds like we had one full park at an end game and one partial for our Blue Alliance. Gonna have to see if anyone picks up that ranking point, or for that matter, any of the additional ranking points. Doesn't look like Red scored quite enough into the goal to get that 36-point bonus. All right, just confirming some fouls over here. Then I think we're going to be ready to see the score in just a moment. Going to get that explained to our teams first. And believe we got that. This one's going to go to our Red Alliance. Final score, 131-42. Another good match, over 100 points. Only 3 ranking points for Red Alliance, so neither team able to move up. Back on field 2 now. Got 4 more of our teams queued up. We're about halfway through our matches, so seen a lot of great scores. 1 state record already down. Are we going to see more of that today? We're about to find out. Starting on red, we've got our all Norwalk Alliance, starting off with the older team, Team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors, purple. And their partner, who I'm sure they know very well, it's Team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors, gold. And then on blue, we have 2 teams that might not be sister teams, but still know each other very well nonetheless, I'm sure. Starting off with Team 18200, MSTM Techno Devils. And last but not least, the alliance partner is Team 32050, the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. All right. Looks like we got 4 teams set up for auto. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. It's going to be motif 3. Sounds like a couple teams are excited. Sounds like a couple might not be. We're going to have to see how this plays out in auto. Red Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Scorekeepers ready? We got a lot of energy for this match. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Can the energy brought on by these drive teams be matched by their robots? Norwalk's the first to score, hitting 1, 2, and 3 deep shots for red. Blue starting to hit some shots now. 1 from the Rubber Duckies, another one by Techno Devils. They've got 1 more waiting in their robot. Can they get it over the Rubber Duckies robot? I think they can. Is it going to get there? And, ooh, just going over for our Blue Alliance. Looks like both robots should get leave points, though, making this a close match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Tied match coming out of Autonomous. Our all Norwalk Alliance is first to strike, though. Norwalk Gold hits a shot as Norwalk Purple goes to rev up their new shooter and try to hit a few more for our Red Alliance. Blue now lining up Techno Devils in that far launch zone, hitting 1, now almost 2. Can they get the third? Indeed they do. Very consistent long-distance shooting. Might be the best one we've got here in our league. Norwalk's Alliance trying to answer. Gold knocks down a shot. Now 2 and 3 for Norwalk Gold. 3 for 3. Purple also there to shoot, but they were missing a few of those shots. Maybe still figuring out some of the parts of their new robot that they need to hone in. Blue slowly but surely has been filling up that classifier. They've got 7 in there now as Norwalk comes back to answer. Looks like Norwalk Purple is shooting just a little high and now a little short. Can they get the middle? They do. Third time is the charm for our Red Alliance. Techno Devils, though, Blue emptied out their classifier, and they're just consistently hitting those shots. They don't shoot the fastest, but they are very quick. Looks like one of our robots lost their team sign. That's Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Our referees are going to have to keep track of which alliance that robot is on now that they lost that sign. Punching the wall there a bit, maybe letting out a little bit of anger on that wall. Not sure what it did to them, but they're ready to go get some more shooting done now. Sounds like some teams are needing the FTA as Red nails some overflow shots. Again, only worth 1 point if they roll over the top. Unlucky Rubber Duckies getting 1 for Blue. Can they get it filled before the end of the match? They've got 20 seconds left to do that. Techno Devils, unfortunately, does seem to be having some issues right now, which is why that blue classifier hasn't gotten filled. Red might be switching over to Park now. Can the Norwalk teams get it done together? 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 18. Quite the close match right now. We're going to have to see how these scores play out. Looks like 1 full park for each of our alliances. I believe Norwalk Purple is also getting that partial. Unfortunately, Techno Devils disconnected there at the end of the match, not quite able to get over to the base in time. But right now, Blue does have a 1-point lead by our live scoring. I think there were some fouls that played into that, so this could be very, very close. It also underscores the importance of not committing fouls because it looked like Red had a decent lead in this match, but fouls might have turned the tide. Blue Alliance with a score of 89-87. Fouls actually putting Blue in the lead and giving them the win. 5 ranking points for Blue. Red still picks up 1, though, even though they couldn't bring home the win. All right, going back to field 1 now. Teams are finishing up their sub. Looks like oh, never mind. We got all the robots. Just couldn't see one of them. Well, let's meet our teams on our Red Alliance. Starting off, we got team 30700. It's 7 C's. And their alliance partner is team 7823 Roadrunner Robotics. Moving over to Blue now, we've got team 24438 Create the Future. And their alliance partner is team 33528 the Pancake Annihilators. All right, our 4 robots are set. Looks like everyone's initialized. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. This match is going to be Motif 1, which is already shown on the obelisk here at the back of the field. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Blue, you ready? Sweet. Scorekeepers, give me a thumbs up. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, yet another match kicking off here. Create the Future, first to attempt to score, but none of those shots going down. 7Cs, I heard their flywheel shoot up, or rev up, I should say, but they didn't shoot any out of their robot. Then Create the Future, looks like they were going to go back to get some more, but they've stopped their robot for now. Looks like we are done with auto with 10 seconds left. Not a lot of scoring happening yet. We're going to have to see if that changes in the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, teleop kicking off now. Let's see if we can get a little more action going. 7Cs first to shoot, and 3 shots going down for Red Alliance. Going to give them an early edge here. Can they hold that together? Create the Future, going to try to answer for Blue now, match that scoring effort. One goes up over the goal. They got a cool little advertisement on the back of their robot. Looks like they're hosting a food drive. Make sure you go ask them about that if you're interested in helping out. Seems like a really cool effort and a really cool way to advertise it. Meanwhile, back on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 7823. That's Roadrunner tossing up a shot, just going short. 7Cs getting a couple into that goal. 7C's robot looks like that drivetrain's still making a bit of noise. Might be something grinding or maybe a belt skipping in that drivetrain. I didn't get to inspect them earlier during robot inspection, so would really love to get a cooler look at that new, or a closer look at that new cool robot. Blue's beginning to catch up, though. I see Pancake Annihilators and Create the Future hitting shots. Great teamwork by our Blue Alliance. That's what we love to see from these teams. I see Red Robots lining up now. Can Roadrunner get that one up and in? Do they have enough oomph in their shooter? They do. That's a shot for Roadrunner. First one I've seen them hit today. Awesome stuff from one of our more established teams in the league. They've been around for a long time. Ooh, Pancake Annihilator is hitting some deep shots. One goes in, one bounces out. They've got another one in their robot. Can they knock it down? Oh, just rolling over the top of that goal. Blue classifier is full, though, so any shots that do go in are just going to be overflow. Again, 1 point each. Oh, 2 shots in for Red. Both courtesy of Roadrunner Robotics. As we enter the last 20 seconds of our match, looks like 7Cs is trying to line up for a full park. Oh, I see one of our blue robots kind of pushing the red ones out of the base. We'll see what the referees rule on that. Only a few seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And what a great match. Let's give those teams a round of applause. Live score shows a pretty close match. Looks like Red score is going up as they finish tallying everything. Both classifiers either full or almost completely full. Sounds like one full and one partial for each alliance. Some of these robots are pretty close, though. It's really a hard job being one of these referees and trying to make a call. All right, taking a little bit to deliberate the results of that match. I think there might be some discussion going on as to whether any fouls were incurred towards the end when we saw teams going towards the base. I'm not as familiar with the rules as I have been in previous seasons, but teams can't be blocking access to the opposing alliance's base. So if there was any of that going on or a little too much pushing and shoving, there could be some maybe minor or major fouls being picked up right now. Going to leave that up to our referees, though, and once those fouls have been decided and scores are submitted, we'll show those to you. So we got that score now. Pyramid's up. This one's going to go to our Red Alliance. Final score, 92-49. 4 more ranking points for Red. It's got 7 Cs into 9th. Pretty good effort from one of our many rookie teams we have this season. All right, back on field 2 now for qualification match number 20 of 35 that we're going to be playing today. Let's meet our teams on red. We'll start off with the team here in blue. Team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right, and their alliance partner is Team 18527, PCM Alchemist. Representing our blue alliance now, we've got Team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And then their partner, Team 4443, Sock Monkeys. All right, our field is set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We'll wait just a second to do that. All right, there's our randomization. Motif 3, which we already have, so we should be good to go. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Scorekeepers, give me a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. Little thing I noticed before this match started, these teams are 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th in the rankings, so should be a very close match. Blue hitting more shots, though, here in Auto 4, courtesy of Sock Monkeys and Norwalk Gold, who does a little bit of a dance and then stops moving. Looks like they're done for Autonomous. I see a little bit of motion out of PCM and Coding Goats, but no scoring into the goal. Looks like Coding Goats' flywheel is spinning, but I don't see any artifacts being launched just yet.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, all 4 of our robots going now. Can Red start to claw back? No, PCM and Coding Goats can shoot pretty well in teleop. Can they make up that deficit? PCM's got 1 and now 2 into that goal. Coding Goats does have 3 artifacts in their robot, but I don't know if they can shoot those out. They seem to be going around looking for more. Sock Monkeys gets 3 in a row for the Blue Alliance as PCM hits 1 more for Red. Norwalk Warriors Gold sending up a big shot going up over the goal. And then another one goes over the goal as well. 0 for 3 on that set from Norwalk Robo Warriors. Really showing the importance of hitting those shots instead of just throwing up a lot. Blue Alliance already filling that classifier, but Red's clawed back a bit. They've got 6 of their own. Probably going to be good enough to empty it out and then fill it again, but we're just going to have to see how this match continues to run. About a minute left now, just over. Norwalk Gold hits another shot. 1, 2, and can they make it a third? Not quite, but their partner Sock Monkeys is making up for it. They hit 1 of their own to total 3 for that Blue Alliance. Red empties out most of the classifier, leaving just a couple in there to save for later. Looks like Coding Goats was able to finally get those artifacts out of their robot. PCM, their partner, going back to score a few more of their own. 1, 2, and 3 up into that goal. PCM, again, one of the robots with 4 intakes. It might look a little weird at first, but those really squishy parts of their robot allow them to suck in the artifacts really easily. Pretty effective robot design, if I do say so myself. 23 seconds left now. Just a 2-point match right now. As Red empties out the classifier. Bit of an interesting choice with not much time left in the match. Blues kept theirs full for most of the match. Red trying to get some base points now. Coding Ghost trying to get fully in. Blue not quite going for it yet. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our match. Let's give them a round of applause. Very close match right now. Live score shows a 2-point difference. Red got a lot of extra base points that are helping them out, but Blue's got a lot in the classifier. And it looks like 8 of those are in the right position, so some huge pattern points. This is going to be tight. Bit of deliberation going on for this match. In a close match like that one, any fouls are going to be really, really important. And although I didn't see anything, these referees have a very keen eye for any fouls. So if there was something, I'm sure they caught on to it. And with a match that currently is just separated by 7 points, one major foul would immediately make a difference. Or is in now. Let's take a look. This is going to be close. It's going to be our Red Alliance with a score of 80-69. 5-point foul, but that did not affect the final outcome. And our teams, oddly enough, still stay in 11th through 14th. All 4 of those teams very evenly matched, as shown by the results throughout the season. Also 4 ranking points for Red, but also 1 for Blue. They got a lot of those pattern points. Moving back to Field 1, qualification match 21. After this, we'll be about 60% of the way through our matches on the day. Let's see who we've got queued up on Red. Starting off with Team 25957, it's the Quantum Igniters. And their alliance partner, Team 22189, Kronos. Representing Blue now, we have Team 31844, Control Alt Defeat. And their alliance partner is Team 22187, Phoenix. A lot of our West Des Moines teams represented in this match. Might be some bragging rights on the line here. Hands off your controllers, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Looks like this is motif 2 for this match. Purple, green, then purple. Red Alliance. All right. There, looks like our robot setup has been fixed. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up maybe from our scorekeeper. Awesome stuff. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. So what our referee was looking at there at the start was to make sure those robots weren't touching when they started the match. Not allowed. Don't want those robots to get tangled up either. As Blue is the first to strike here, 2 in their classifier, but Quantum Igniters, courtesy of Red Alliance, is answering. 1, 2, and now 3 more, total of 6. Can they get 3 more to fill out that classifier? Going back to the launch zone now. 1, 2, and 3. 9 in the classifier for our Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teams 1 did bounce out for Red that I didn't know, so only 8 in the classifier, but still a very remarkable achievement. 8 in the classifier, still going to win a lot of matches at even the highest level of competition. Blue catching up, though. Both teams hitting a flurry of shots. I believe they just hit 5 to get up to 8 in their classifier as well. Red already emptied theirs out, though. These West Des Moines teams, all pretty similar robots where they drop in 3 from the top and then shoot. Oh, Control defeating him, a bit of a trick shot there. Launching while they were moving, I believe unintentionally, and somehow the artifact lands in the ramp. Now, just for the record, that one does not score. It has to go through the goal and through the metal gate at the top of the ramp, but still a cool trick nonetheless. Back to the action now. Quantum Igniters emptying out their classifier. Looks like a few of those were going to be classified, but then the gate stayed open a little longer. They became overflow shots. Blue, this is their chance to catch up. They've got 4, now almost 5 into that classifier. And remember, our pattern is purple, green, purple. So currently Blue has 4 in the right position. If they can get at least 9, counting what they had in auto, they'll have that ranking point. All right, Red's classifier currently empty, but we know Quantum Igniters can score really fast. Looks like they did have 4 in their robot, though, and now they have 2 green artifacts stuck that they quickly spit out. Going back for more now, them and Kronos as we approach the end of this match. Can they get that one filled up again? Currently, Blue's classifier is at 7, while just 3 for Red as we let the buzzer sound. A lot of green artifacts in that Red classifier. Blue is behind by a little bit, but their classifier is a lot more full. That could give them an edge. Got teams going to the base now. 3, 2, 1. Looks like Phoenix might have gotten the full park as time expires. We'll have to find out. All right, I think we got our scores submitted for that match. Pretty high scores by both. Live score shows 80 plus for each of our alliances. There we go. Now we got a score for this match. To update. That one's going to be our Red Alliance. Final score 127 to 100. Both alliances over 100 points. Don't think we've seen that yet today. 4 ranking points for red. Quantum Igniters back up into third, trying to reach that #1 rank they were in earlier today. Back on field 2 now, though. We've got other teams competing for that #1 position, most notably our current #1 team, who we'll meet in just a second. Let's meet our teams on red first, though, as always. Starting off with team 26-192, Heat Waves. And their partner, team 13,085, it's the Bionic Dutch. Now our #1 team representing blue, it's 10435, Circuit Breakers. And their partner, team 27302, Velocity. All right, I see 4 teams set up. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Motif 1 now. Know some of these teams have used vision before. Can they detect it for this match? Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, some very capable autos from these teams. Almost a collision in the middle, but we got Bionic Dutch hitting some long shots and Circuit Breakers hitting some short. Heat Waves trying to hit a few of their own to help out the Dutch, but instead they hit our photographer. That's not very nice. Looks like Circuit Breakers going back. Can they get all 9 in the right order? They do. Ton of points for our Blue Alliance. Going back for 3 more. Those ones will just be overflow, so not a lot of points, but any points count in this year's game.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Got some teams locked in on auto here. 33-24 in favor of blue, as Circuit Breakers undoes all their hard work because they know they can do it all again. Plus, since they had all 9 in the right spot in auto, they don't need to worry about getting those artifact or those pattern points to get the ranking point at the end of the match. They can still get 2 points for each one in the right position, but they've already secured that ranking point, so got to be a good feeling for them as they approach the rest of this match. Meanwhile, red, though, red is definitely not slashing here either. Bionic Dutch and Heat Waves working together have filled that blue class or red classifier with a nice alternating pattern of purple and green artifacts. Circuit Breakers just not slowing down, though. They've almost single-handedly filled up the classifier again as red tries to fill it out for the first time, which they do as an overflow shot rolls over the top of all those artifacts. Circuit Breakers scurrying around. They've got a really big intake that has both vertical and sideways rollers. Really helps them suck in those artifacts without having to spend too much time lining up. Heat Waves now, they've locked in that shooter a little bit since the last meet. They don't have a floor intake, but they're still able to put those artifacts in the top like we just saw and then get those up into the goal. Bionic Dutch doing what they do best. They shoot from that far zone. We see a lot of teams strategizing that way. Red trying to fill up that classifier once again. They've got 6. Got to get to 9 for it to be fully full, though. Circuit Breakers just again and again for blue. 1, 2. That third one won't count because it actually jumped out and went over the top of the gate. So that one does count for the pattern, but not for the 3 points being classified. All right, 20 seconds left now. Both alliances approaching or over 70 points as red tosses in a few extra shots. Are these teams going to start going to the base, or do they just want more artifacts? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe a buzzer-beating park by Circuit Breakers. A lot of scoring by these alliances. Looks like blue might be just short of getting 36 artifacts, which means they won't get that ranking point. They did lock up that pattern ranking point in auto, though. If they did well enough parking here, they might have been able to get that movement ranking point as well. We're just going to have to wait and find out. of 144 to 102. I believe that's about the second highest score we've seen today. 5 more ranking points for our Blue Alliance. All right, we're now ready for qualification match 23. Let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. First off, our current number 2 ranked team, it's 24358 Ragnarok. It's fine. You got time. And their alliance partner is team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. Representing blue, we've got our 5th ranked team. It's team 8938, Octobots. And their partner, team 6147, Newbotics. All right, we got some teams finishing their setup. We're going to let them do that before we randomize our field and get this one going. Looks like we've got some teams swapping out their controllers. Might be having an issue with the cord or something. Just want to make sure that all of our teams are able to fully play in this match before we get going. Looks like Unga Bunga Bongo's getting themselves a new controller. Sometimes it happens. These controllers tend to have issues here and there, so good that they figured it out before the match got started. All right, we'll let them get an auto selected, get those controllers connected now. Everyone appears to be initialized. Hands off. Let's randomize the field. Gonna be motif 2 once again. Purple, green, purple. All right, getting some stuff tidied up, making sure no cords are laying in the field. Red Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. All right, a lot of energy. Got a thumbs up. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, 4 robots in motion. 4 robots shooting artifacts. Don't see that too often. Looks like, man, I can't even keep track. I see a lot from blue. They've got 5, but Ragnarok and red have 5 as well. Can Ragnarok take the lead by picking these ones up? I know Octobots might be going for more, as Ragnarok maybe lets out a little anger, who launches one at their opponent. Looks like Octobots is just going to save those for our teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Pretty close match in favor of red, thanks to just getting 1 more artifact and a few more pattern points as well. Blue's the first to strike, though. Octobots using those ones they picked up in auto to their advantage. Looks like Newbotics is having some controller issues. They might have to reset those before they can get going. And then Octobots is tossing up a few more for blue, making up for their partner not currently being in the game. Oh, they're going now. Great to see that from Newbotics. Metallum Motorum, or not Metallum Motorum, they changed their name to Ragnarok this year. They've got 3 in their robot, using their new kicker mechanism to launch 1, almost 2, and a 3rd into that red classifier. Octobots now emptying out the classifier. Those artifacts rolled the front of the field. Red's done the same. Remember, shots that land in the bottom of the ramp, aka classified, are 3 points, but if they roll over the top, only 1, so you got to empty it out if you want to get more. Unga Bunga Bongos sails a shot flying way out of the field. Our wonderful volunteer is going to have to chase that one down, bring it back to our field. Red tossing up a lot of shots. That's 4 into the classifier, but blue has 5 now. Narrow lead for red, just 5 points. This is going to come down to pattern points and how many more they can get up into the goal. Remember, the pattern is purple, green, purple. So if either of these alliances are able to adhere to that pattern, that can be the difference here. Blue missing quite a few shots there, but knocking down the ones that count, filling out that classifier as New Box gets a 1-point overflow shot. Unga Bunga Bongos, they've got that high power shooter shooting one way up and over right into the hands of one of our field personnel. Less than 20 to go now. Are they going to go to the base? Are they going to keep scoring? Octobots decides to keep going. More overflow points for Blue. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And some excellent teamwork to get those parks at the end of the match. Narrow lead for Red. Is it going to be enough? Or is Blue going to take advantage? They've got both classifiers filled. A lot of pattern points available. We'll have to see who's able to convert on those. With a score of 130 to 129. 1 point making the difference. Fouls actually benefited Blue. They got some extra points on that, but did not make a difference in the end. Red picks up 5 ranking points. 2 for Blue, though, even though they didn't pick up the win. So we almost get our first tie of the season, but we're going to have to wait another day to find that. Let's go back to Field 2 now. We've got 4 more teams queued up. Let's meet who we have on Red. Starting off with Team 26192, Heat Waves. And their alliance partner, Team 33528, Pancake Annihilators. Now, representing Blue, we have Team 4443, Sock Monkeys. And then their alliance partner is Team 22187 Phoenix. All right, we got 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Oh, we already got here. Looks like motif 3. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Thumbs up? Okay, good. Scorekeeper is ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Who's going to be first? Sock Monkeys is first to launch. 1, 2, 3 in quick succession, but only the last 2 go in. Heat Waves, they might also get the last 2. Oh, just missing that third one. So just 1 for our Red Alliance, 2 for Blue. Looks like everyone might be done. Oop, Sock Monkeys moving off of that line to get those movement points. Might not be much, but that's 3 points for their robot, so that could be helpful come the end of the match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, 3-point match coming out of Autonomous as we enter the teleop period. Sock Monkeys already emptying out that classifier. There were only 2 in there, but they wasted no time getting over there and finishing it off. Pancake Annihilators now trying to hit some deep shots. We saw them do it earlier, but can they keep it up? Heatwaves, their partner, trying to hit some short ones as well. But right now, these teams are just having a bit of difficulty hitting these shots. Blue is able to get 1 in. I'd say the winner of this match is going to be whoever can start locking in, finding the position they want to be in, and hitting more of their shots. Maybe that's going to be Heatwaves. They just got 1, but missed the second, and got the third, though. Starting to lock it in as we approach minute 30 left in this, actually minute 10 left in this match. Sock Monkeys, they got 3 queued up in their robot. First one misses, second one goes a little over. Is the third time the charm? It's not quite for them. They're going back over to that human player to get 3 more. These human player stations keep getting refilled by our field volunteers. Every time a shot gets a miss, we've got people running around back here refilling our human player stations. Looks like Pancake Annihilators might be having some issues. Their robot's sitting there. They're still holding their controllers, but I don't know if they're able to shoot. That ball might be stuck in their robot. Meanwhile, Red has sneakily got up to 7 in the classifier as a shot goes flying out into the audience. Got to be careful even if you're watching from afar. These shots can end up going almost anywhere. About 25 seconds left now. Not a lot of scoring, but Red has accumulated a small lead thanks to filling up that classifier. 20 seconds to go. The shots aren't really falling, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see teams go to base here pretty soon. Phoenix trying to hit a last-second shot. It falls just a little short. I hear Red communicating, trying to go park. Blue wants to keep shooting, though. Sock Monkeys getting 1 of their 3 shots. Ooh, Red classifier did get emptied as we end the match. Don't know what caused that, but that could make a very interesting result here at the end.
I think it was full. So they
All right, we've seen that red score climb up quite a bit. Sounds like when that red classifier got emptied at the end of the match, that might have been because of a blue robot, so that might be why that went up so much. We're going to have to see how much of that is fouls. Let's see. Red had a pretty big lead, so red does win with a score of 172-30, but 125 was fouls, so that does not count as a state record. But it is 5 ranking points nonetheless for two teams that were a little lower in the rankings, so that's really helping them out, moving them both up into 13th and 18th respectively. Reminder of the importance of playing clean matches. Don't go near the opposing alliance gate, even if it's tempting. All right. While our referee answers some questions in the question box, we're going to go ahead and meet our teams on field 1. Starting on red, we've got team 22189 Kronos. And their partner is team 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Now, representing blue, we have team 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos. And last but not least is team 30700 Seven Seas. All right, our teams are set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Got motif 2, which it already is set as. 1 green in between those 2 purple artifacts. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, yeah, another qualification match gets going. Red hitting a lot of shots from both teams, but I see a lot of shots going over as well. Looks like green or blue is able to get 1 green artifact in the classifier. Looks like Seven Seas was about to shoot right at me. I'm glad they turned that flywheel off, though. I was going to take that one right in the face. Red was able to get 4 in their classifier. That's going to give them a bit of a lead once our live score updates here in a moment.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, into teleop now. That live score did update, so Red's got a bit of a lead. Who's going to hit first in teleop? Norwalk and Seven Seas, both with a lot of laser-cut wooden panels on their robots. It's an uncommon way for teams to make parts, but it is pretty cost-effective. And although not as durable as metal, wood is a pretty great solution for making your own parts for when those off-the-shelf parts just won't get it done. Looks like Norwalk is starting to lock in. They struggled a bit with that new robot in their first couple matches, but they've almost got that classifier filled out. Blue trying to answer, though, as Unga Bunga Bongos almost hits 1. Trying to line up now for a green artifact. Can they get that one up and in? Ooh, just over. Got a little too much power on that shooter as they go 0 for 3 on that set. Norwalk speeding back towards where they like to shoot from. Getting one in the ramp, but it didn't go through the goal. So it can get pattern points, but it is not going to get artifact points for being classified. A lot of scoring now from both alliances. I see multiple robots shooting right in front of each other, but somehow not messing up each other's shots. Full classifier on blue as a part falls off a Seven Seas robot. Hopefully that doesn't get broken so they can pick it up later after the match is over. Looks like Seven Seas, their battery might be hanging out a little bit too. Their robot crumbling a bit under pressure. Can they make it to the final bell? Blue Alliance is still in this match, only down 10, but they're on their last legs as it stands. Red classifier is full, so red isn't getting a lot of points from these shots, but blue isn't either. Both are full. And more contact as those parts get pushed around the field from Seven Seas. A few last shots for red as teams are going to the base now with less than 10 to go. Norwalk and Unga Bunga Bongos trying to get a full park. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of a gritty match. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. Should have a score for it. Now, was a pretty close one. It's going to be our Red Alliance with a score of 85-61. Red Alliance getting it done and getting 4 ranking points. Norwalk Robo Warriors, who was first going into today, moving back up into third, trying to claw their way back after a couple rough matches at the start of our day. Another team, a couple other teams actually over here on field 2 who are pretty high in the rankings, also trying to vie for that number 1 spot. Let's see who we got playing. Starting on red, we've got team 30586, Coding Goats. And their alliance partner is team 27302, Velocity. Now representing blue and wearing blue, it's team 18200, MSTM Techno Devils. And last but not least, we've got team 8938, Octobots. All right. Field is all set up. Making sure our teams are initialized. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Motif 3, which is already set up on the obelisk. With that, we're good to go ahead and get started. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, not a lot of motion yet. A couple robots at the back of the field get moving as Techno Devils goes for those long distance shots that they are experts at. Missed the first one, but Octobots hits a couple for their alliance. Devils gets the second one. Can they get the third? Got a green one queued up. Can they make it from distance? And indeed they do. 4 in the classifier for our Blue Alliance. Nothing yet for red, but they got some ready to go for teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Although no shots thrown up for red, they both did get off the line, which means they do get those movement points as Coding Goats hits the first of 3 shots, but sends a couple over the top of that goal. We'll have to see if they can get that shooter honed in as they shoot one of the opposing alliance's members. Got to be careful when you're staying in the driver's box. That's why we keep wearing our safety glasses. Octobots, very consistent and honestly quiet shooting from their robot. Their flywheel doesn't make a lot of noise, but it's very efficient. Interested to see how they have that designed as they toss one more in to fill up that blue classifier. And now that blue classifier is almost completely empty. One gets stuck in the end of it there. And blue is going to now be putting up more of those 3-point shots. Looks like the gate kind of there. Now it's fully shut. Those artifacts are now going to stay and help the Blue Alliance rack up some serious points. Red trying to match blue's scoring efforts. Coding Goats, they have 2 in their robot. They've got both those flywheels spun up. 1 and 2 for the Coding Goats into that red ramp. Total of 6 now. And 5 of those are in the correct order, so they're getting 10 pattern points. 2 for each of those that's in the correct position. Techno Devils chilling there at the back of the field, just barely missing the goal. Something that's difficult for the teams this season is figuring out how to line up with the goal. They either have to do it visually or use some kind of code to figure out how to line up to that goal. Because when you're shooting from such a long ways away, even a little bit of an angle can make a big difference over the length of the field. Coding Goats fire with 20 seconds left now. Red classifier almost full, but blue is already full, and hitting an overflow shot is the Techno Devils. Teams are going to base now. Can they get that extra ranking point? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match number 26. A lot of scoring by blue. Full classifier for blue and just 1 short of full for red. What kind of ranking points are these teams going to bring home? our Blue Alliance. Final score, 100-53. Yet another match where we've reached 100 points. 4 ranking points for Blue, but Octobots actually moves down a little bit. That's because they've had so many good matches already. 4 ranking points isn't good enough to help them move up. They got to start getting 5 and 6 ranking points, which is the case for many of our top-ranked teams. Speaking of top-ranked teams, we've got a lot of those over here on Field 1, including our top 2 ranked teams as of right now. Well, let's see who we've got on red. It's our current number 1 ranked team, 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their partner in 7th, it's team 31844 Control Alt Defeat. Now representing Blue, our number 2 ranked team, 24358 Ragnarok. And their partner in 12th, it's team 18527 PCM Alchemists. And as a reminder, as it stands right now, we'd have 12 teams playing the eliminations at League Tournament. And since these teams are all in the top 12 right now, these are 4 teams you could be seeing in the eliminations here in a couple months. So we're going to see some good stuff this match. Looks like everyone's set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We're going to get motif 3. Get that all set up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. Ragnarok first to strike. They've got 3 in, but Circuit Breakers has 3 as well that are in the right order. Can they hit their 9 artifact auto? Ooh, they lost that last one, though. Don't know if they're going to be able to get the motif now. Almost knocking down a couple more, but again, we're seeing that backspin play a role. Having a couple of those shots bounce out. Knock down the next few, though. Big lead for Red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
39-19 for Red. 20 points, which is decent, but I know all of these teams are very capable shooters, so we could easily see the tide turn in favor of Blue. A lot of shots going up. I see Red hitting basically all of those shots. Blue sent a couple over, but both alliances now with 5 in the classifier in the same order, oddly enough. Blue shooting one into the Red drive team. Remember, teams can only shoot when they're in those triangular zones, so if they're not there, they got to drive over there before they can start launching those artifacts up. Both classifiers at 8 of 9 capacity. Got a feeling those are going to get emptied one more time. Probably 2 more times before the end of this match. Red does just that, and so does Blue. Few stay in each one, though. Sometimes when that gate gets open, not all the artifacts can get out before it closes up again. Although Ragnarok and Circuit Breakers appear to be the primary scorers here. Control, Alt, Defeat, and PCM Alchemist definitely chipping in. Control, Alt, Defeat because they have a really consistent shooter that they fill in from their human player, and PCM Alchemist because they've got a great floor intake and the ability to open up that gate, which they just did. Both classifiers emptied once again with 44 seconds left. I wouldn't be shocked if they get emptied one more time before this is all said and done. Red's already got 5 in their classifier. Blue 2 right now as Ragnarok tries to hit some shots from long distance, but looks like they were having some issues, so they choose to go to the near zone now and send a couple over the top. Looks like Circuit Breakers now and Control Defeat filling up that Red classifier, getting some overflow points with only 15 seconds to go. They've got a bit of a lead here. Ragnarok trying to hit me. Now they're going for the goal. Able to hit that 3rd shot. Team's going to park now. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of a very exciting match. Looks like our Red Alliance did reach that 36 artifact threshold. They're going to pick up a ranking point for that. And I believe, looks like both moved in auto, so I think they'll pick up the movement ranking point as well. The only question now is, did they get the pattern ranking point? As it stands right now, looks like 5 of the ones in their classifier are correct. So as long as they had at least 4 correct in auto, they might have pulled off a 6 ranking point match for just the second time today. I believe blue also got the movement ranking point. Don't think they got either of the others, but we're going to wait for our final results before we decide that. All right, getting some fouls clarified to our teams. Then I believe our head ref did submit a score here, or should be soon. Just double checking some stuff before we do that. Want to make sure we got it all right. All right, we should be right now. Let's take a look at that score. Up on the board. A lot of scoring by both Lances and our top 2 teams, but it's going to be red bringing home the win with a score of 154 to 96. All 6 ranking points for our Red Alliance. Keeping Circuit Breakers in first, and one of our rookies control alt defeat into 5th. Impressive stuff from that team. Blue still does get one of the ranking points, but since they didn't win, it's hard to move around much in the rankings without winning. Back on field 2, qualification match 28. Only about 8 more matches to go before we're finished up for today here at League Meet number 3. Let's see who we have on our Red Alliance. Starting at the front in gold, it's Team 14568 Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their partner is Team 24438 Create the Future. Then representing blue, currently ranked in 4th, it's Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. And last but not least, it's their partner, Team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. All right, we've got 4 robots set up. All right, we're going to double check some rules might have applied to the last match, or just something we want to clarify before we get this one going. All right, just double checking some of our robot setup. Got to make sure teams in the front there aren't over the middle of the field, but looks like they're just barely on their own side. So hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize. And Motif 3, once again, quite a few matches in a row here where we've been getting the same ones. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Oh, let's get it going in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, we got 4 teams in motion. A lot of artifacts going up, but not a lot going down. Just 4 for blue and none that went up for red go into the goal. Norwalk Gold, I see that artifact spinning a lot in their shooter, but it doesn't look like they were able to shoot it out. Looks like the obelisk got moved a little bit there by an errant shot, and I think all of our teams are done launching for this match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Might have had some teams having some technical issues there, but FTA is already over there to help them. So hopefully this is a full match with 2 robots representing each alliance. Quantum Igniters knocking down some quick shots for blue as Bionic Judge, their partner, looks to maybe be having an issue trying to reconnect their controllers before they go and pick up some more artifacts. Norwalk Gold starting things off for red, though. They've got 1, 2. Can they get a third into their shooter? At the last meet, they did have some issues with getting 3 through their launcher. They kind of had to have 2 in there at all times because they needed 1 artifact to push the other one through their shooter. That might be coming back to haunt them today. We'll just have to see if that continues as they feed a couple into their robot by accident, but then get the 3rd one up and into their goal. Bionic Judge back online now, hitting some long shots for our Blue Alliance. Right now, red has a bit of a deficit to make up, but Norwalk Gold is back with 3 artifacts. And if they get all those in, they could get a lot of points. So this year's game can go back and forth really quick, mostly thanks to those pattern points and artifact points. And remember, once those classifiers are full, like they are now, shots are only worth 1 each. So that's why you see Quantum Igniters emptying out the ramp. That way each shot's worth 3 points instead of just 1. Quantum Igniters going back, finishing off that gate as Norwalk Gold is just content to keep getting overflow shots. With less than 30 seconds left, they obviously don't think they could get it full again, so they've opted to not shoot any more into that classifier. The last 20 seconds of the match now with that buzzer. Bionic Dutch trying to get that classifier filled back up with the help of Quantum Igniters, who knocks in 3. That could be clutch in determining the result of this match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're going to leave it up to the referees to see how those blue robots were able to get parked. Nice work, teams. All right, getting some fouls clarified to our alliances. Then once that's finally done, we should be able to get this. There we go. Got up on the board now. This one's going to benefit our Blue Alliance with a score of 116-264. Another match over 100. 4 ranking points for Blue. Quantum Igniters moving back up into 13th. Dutch move up as well into 17th. All right, back on field 1 now. Quals 29 of 35. At this point, a lot of these teams might be playing in their last match of the day, so they're going to be eager to have a good performance, end this day with a high score, pick up some of those ranking points that we know they all want. Let's see who we have on our red alliance. They're dressed in red. That's team 6147, Nubotics. And their alliance partner is team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. Representing our blue alliance now, we've got team 27302, Velocity. And then last but not least, it's team 32050. It's the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. All right, sounds like we're giving one of our teams a battery backup for their driver's hub. Sounds like we're waiting for a drive team member to come back with a battery. Reminder to charge your driver hubs because they do eat through batteries pretty quick throughout the course of an event. So make sure you charge it the night before or the day before. All right, I think we might have gotten stuff set up now. Roadrunner, are you guys all good to go? Are you still waiting? All right, sweet. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Got motif 1 now. Gonna fix the obelisk. Red Alliance, are you ready? All right, good. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, Velocity, Rubber Duckies, we all good? All right, got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, yeah, another match kicks off. New box hitting 1, 2, and 3 shots for red. 3 very consistent shots. As Rubber Duckies gets 1, can they get a second one now for blue? Indeed they do. And since our motif was green, purple, purple, looks like red does have a couple in the right spot. That's going to get them 2 extra points for each one of those. Looks like all of our teams are done. We're going to have to see who chooses to score first in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, into teleop now. Looks like Velocity's already got 3 in their robot. Can they get those flywheels powered up so they can start launching? I saw them spinning, but now they've stopped. Looks like they might be resetting something. Meanwhile, I don't see much movement out of Roadrunner. Gonna have to see if they can get those controllers connected so they can start scoring some points here in teleop. New bikes now hitting a few for red. They're shooting very consistently. 3 into the red classifier. Looks like they've got an artifact stuck in their robot, though. It's kind of stuck between a motor and part of their chassis. Don't know if they're going to be able to get that out, because if they can't, they're only going to be able to hold 2 artifacts at a time. Roadrunner back online. They were able to go over and try to shoot a couple artifacts, but not quite enough power. We'll see if they can get back to their shooting ways we saw in their last match. New box, 1, almost 2 into the red classifier. They still got that one stuck in their robot. Big opportunity for blue, since red can only now hold 2 at a time. Roadrunner gearing up. Ooh, not quite enough power on that shot. Unlucky Rubber Duckies. Missing 1, missing a second one, unfortunately. Just not quite the right angle. Looks like New Box has gotten that artifact dislodged from their robot, so now they can get 3 back into their shooting mechanism. Very unique shooting mechanism, and robot as a whole. They got those large mechanism wheels. 1, 2, and 3. Didn't see much out of them at the start of this event, but it feels like they've really honed in these last few matches. Already a full red classifier, courtesy of Nubotics. Rubber Duckies 1 up into the classifier. Can their partner Velocity track some down with their floor intake? Less than 20 to go now. Only robot I see with artifacts is Nubotics. Velocity not quite full, and Rubber Duckies has just 1 in their robot that they unfortunately dropped just short. Teams are going to the base now. 3, 2, 1. And we're going to have to see if any of those robots are fully in. Let's give them a round of applause. Looks like Nubotics is partial. Roadrunner is full, as according to our head ref, and blue is 2 partial parks. Bit of a lead for red thanks to that full classifier. Should be getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe 7 of those are in the right position, so some good pattern points as well. We'll have to see if that is enough for them to get that ranking point or not. Sounds like we had no fouls for that match either, so I think we should be seeing a score here pretty soon. We'll have to see if that's been submitted yet. All right, I think I just saw that get submitted. Let's see the score up on the board. This match is going to go to our Red Alliance with a final score of 67-34. 5 ranking points for red. Big effort from 2 teams that were lower in the rankings. Those 5 ranking points giving them some much needed ranking points that have pushed Nubotics up into 21st and Roadrunner still in 23rd. All right, 6 matches left now on the day, 3 on each of our competition fields. Let's meet our teams here on our Red Alliance. First off, we got team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And they're partnered with team 22187, Phoenix. Now, representing blue, I believe they're still our number 1 ranked team. It's 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their partner is team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right. I believe all 4 of our teams are initialized. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We've got Motif 3 once again. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Circuit Breakers, we know they're probably the most capable team in the league in auto. Hitting 3 quick shots. Can they get all 9? Ooh, they didn't quite get that last artifact picked up. Might mess up their ability to get those pattern points here in auto. Got 3 more queued up into their robot. Phoenix trying to get some points, but they haven't been able to get one in the goal yet as Circuit Breakers goes for some more. Might have taken a bit of luck, but they are going to get all 9 of those Motif ones correct, plus 2 overflow.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Big lead for Blue. Red's got some work to do, and Circuit Breakers no longer has to worry about getting that pattern ranking point at the end of the match. They've already got it locked down, so they're just going to score as much as they can. If they get to 36, remember, they get another ranking point for shooting enough artifacts. Their partner, Unga Bunga Bongo, is trying to help them get that effort. It'd be huge for these teams if they could pick up 6 ranking points, really solidify their rankings. Especially a team like Unga Bunga Bongos, a little lower in the rankings right now. I've got a feeling that 6 ranking points would shoot them up quite a bit. Red wants those ranking points pretty bad too. They know they can get the other ones, but those 3 for winning, those would be huge. Especially come league tournament when rankings are really going to start mattering. Looks like Norwalk Rebel Warriors Gold scurrying over to the human player station to pick up some more artifacts as Unga Bunga Bongos empties out most of the classifier, which Circuit Breakers promptly refills with 1, 2, and 3 more artifacts. Red's starting to get theirs filled up, though. 6 artifacts, all of which are purple, so 4 position points for them. Circuit Breakers just getting overflow shots now, emptying out quite a few from the classifier with 45 seconds left. Their partner, Unga Bunga Bongos, hits a close range shot. Going to be 3 more points for our Blue Alliance, which every shot that they make into the ramp. Just over 30 seconds now. Blue already over 100 points and at 31 artifacts. They only need 5 more to get that extra ranking point. Feels all but guaranteed at this point. 1, 2, 3. Now they only need 2 more. 1 and just 1 more now for that ranking point. The last 20 seconds now, they also got to be thinking about the base. Red's got their classifier full. Are they going to just start parking as Circuit Breakers should be crossed that threshold now? Can they get the park? Looks like they're content just to stop. Is Red going to get a partial park? 3, 2, 1. And a very impressive match. Let's give them a round of applause. 2 full classifiers. That blue one was emptied out many times. This might be another 6 ranking point match for Circuit Breakers. Not the first time we've seen them do that today. All right, sounds like we've got a score for that match now. Let's take a look. Winner of this match is going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 152-56. Indeed, 6 more ranking points for Circuit Breakers. And like I mentioned, Hunga Bunga Bonga's jumping up in the rankings thanks to those 6 ranking points. Second time, I believe actually third time we've seen that today. We knew we'd see a lot of those matches, and once we get to our 4th and 5th league meets and even the league tournament, these scores are just going to keep climbing higher and higher. Just short of another state record, too. Back on field 1 now, 5 matches left. Let's see who we've got queued up on our Red Alliance. First off, it's Team 32050, the Unlucky Rubber Duckies. And they're partnered with Team 24438, Create the Future. Now representing blue, currently ranked 2nd, it's Team 24358, Ragnarok. And they're partnered with Team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right. Looks like everyone's initialized. Hands off. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Looks like we've got Motif 1, which is already set up. We're going to let our field crew get over here. There we go. Red Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. I got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got some teams already scoring. Create the Future hitting a shot, and Unlucky Rubber Duckies also hitting some for red. Looks like Ragnarok hit a couple of shots, but then their auto appears to have stopped. I heard him calling for the FTA, but they're going to have to wait to mess with that until teleop. Looks like we're done moving in auto. We're going to have to see which of these teams can start scoring the first in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Coding Goats still has 3 in the robot. They were the only team not to attempt launching in auto. They're going to be the first to try to score. Missing the first, but knocking down 2 more in teleop. 4 in that blue classifier to match the Red Alliance's 4. But Create the Future, 1 and almost a second shot in for red. Now we got a lot of shots not going down. It looks like Ragnarok is back online, hitting some shots from that far launch zone as lots of shooting going on the Red Alliance. Both classifiers on each side nearly full already as Ragnarok empties theirs out, knowing how much they're going to continue scoring throughout this match. Coding Goats trying to intake that green artifact. Ragnarok, their partner, already shooting a green artifact as Red Alliance continues to strike. Unlucky Rubber Duckies, they've got 3 in their robot. Can they get all 3? Miss the first, miss the second, oh, and miss the third. Minute left in this match. It's still only 5 points, so either alliance can definitely take this match and the 3 ranking points for the win. Coding Goats lining up, shooting over their partner, missing just a little bit. Looks like they do have a camera on their robot. They might be using that to align with the goal that might have been affected by Ragnarok being in front of their robot. Unlucky Rubber Duckies, 1, 2, 3. They were 0 for 3 last time, but this time they're 3 for 3, finding their groove here towards the end of the match. Just over 30 seconds, 3-point match in favor of red. The number 2 team is behind right now. We'll have to see if they can come back here at the end. Ragnarok coming to shoot. Less than 20 to go now. Can they hit these shots? 1, 2, and 3. Huge for the Blue Alliance in this match. Their partner, Coding Goats, coming back. Red knows they need to keep pouring on the offense. They've got that full classifier. 2, 1. And that is the end of qualification match 31. Very tight match between our teams. Sounds like both alliances had two teams partially parked. Blue's got a bit of a lead right now, but it's hard to say if that will stand once we get all the scoring done for this match. Could it be a tie? The winner's going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 70-69. Almost a tie. 1 point win for Red Alliance. 5 ranking points for Red. Yet again, we see a couple teams that maybe weren't at the top of the rankings getting a lot of ranking points. Really shows how some of the teams that were at the middle of the pack have caught up to the top teams. Going to be a very deep league that's hard to win this year. Back on field 2 now. Got 4 more teams playing in their last match of the day. Let's see who we've got. Starting on red, where we have team 13085, Bionic Dutch. And they're partnered with team 18527, PCM Alchemist. Then we have their opponents on blue, starting off with team 33528, Pancake Annihilators. Then representing blue, we have team 22189, Kronos. All right, looks like we got 4 teams initialized for auto. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We've got Motif 3 once again. Quite a few matches in a row we've gotten Motif 3 on this field. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up. Let's get this one going. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Kronos wasting no time. 1, almost 2, and almost 3 shots. Can Bionic Dutch hit some from that far launch zone for our Red Alliance? They got 1. Sounds like their flywheel's spinning down. I guess they're content just to shoot 1. These two alliances going to be pretty evenly matched. Think Red's going to have a bit of an edge just since that 1 purple artifact is the right motif and the green one on blue is not.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, into teleop now. Not much scoring there, but again, 4 teams with shooters. One of the best parts of this season is that every team in this league does have a shooter mechanism, so every single team contributing towards these matches. No one feels like they're being left out. PCM and Red taking an early lead. 4 and now 5 into that red ramp, aka the classifier, and then scurrying up and getting 3 more with that floor intake of theirs. Can they get them up into the goal? A little short on the first one, but the second and third go down. as well as one from their partner, Bionic Dutch. Pancake Annihilators, they shoot from that zone at the front of the field. Not quite knocking that shot down, but Kronos, their partner, makes up for it. That's 2 into the blue classifier now. However, the red one is completely full, so they've got a big advantage as PCM empties it out. Bionic Dutch trying to toss a couple more in from the far side of the field, but just falling short. Robot might be getting a little tired. Battery might be getting a little low since we are at the end of our day. Kronos trying to get back to the blue goal, doing a bit of a wheelie, trying to shoot that flywheel up and get some points for our Blue Alliance. However, a lot of shots by Blue not going down. Kronos does convert on their last shot, though. Unfortunately, only actually 2 of those are in the correct pattern, so getting a few points there should help out the Blue Alliance at the end of this match. PCM coming back, missing the first, missing the second, and just a little short on the third. Again, consistency is going to be key with 25 seconds left. Blue starting to find a rhythm, hitting a few shots. Could they come all the way back? Red trying to not let them do that. They hit a couple more shots, 6 in their classifier now, but Blue does have 7. However, Red was emptied out earlier. I see teams going to the base now, trying to get lined up in a very tight spot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. Let's give those teams a hand. For that qualification match. This one's going to go to our Red Alliance. Winner is going to be, Red with 86 to 55. 3 more ranking points for Red, moving both those teams up. PCM to 11th, Bionic Dutch into 17th. All right, continuing to wrap up our matches. We got 2 top 5 teams, one on each alliance here on field 1. Let's see who can be victorious. Starting on red, we've got our team currently ranked 4th. It's 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors purple. And they're paired up with team 26192 Heat Waves. Then representing blue, currently in 5th, it's 31844 Control Alt Defeat. And last but not least, it's their partner, team 7823 Roadrunner Robotics. All right. I see 4 teams set. Hands off. Let's randomize our field. And we got motif 3. Don't know if that's going to help these teams or not. We will find out. Red Alliance, are you ready? Good? All right, there we go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, 3. Now all 4 of our teams doing something here in auto. Norwalk don't think their robot actually moved, but they're hitting some far shots, as does their partner Heat Waves. Looks like Control Alt Defeat hit 3 for blue, showing why they're a top 5 team in the league. Motif was 2 purple, then a green, so it looks like our Red Alliance was able to get 4 in the right position. Gonna help them out to get maybe an extra ranking point at the end of this match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, teleop going. This is the exciting part of the match. We see a lot more scoring, a lot more bumping and banging, and a lot of defense going on that we've seen today. Norwalk first to shoot, as does Heat Waves. Norwalk knocks a couple of those down, 2 right in a row for our Red Alliance to fill up the classifier as Norwalk punches the gate in the face. Not quite all those artifacts get out. Now they're going back to let them go. Blue already getting that classifier pretty full. I've got the feeling we're going to see both alliances emptying that out more than once for the rest of this match. Control Defeat 1, 2, and 3. Very simple robot, but they've been a very effective shooter. That's how they're in the top 5. Might be a very similar looking robot to some of the others, but they've done something special to make it a lot more consistent. Their partner Roadrunner, they got 2 artifacts in their robot, but I don't see their flywheel spinning as Norwalk continues to play a kind of smash mouth style of driving, run into everything they see. Might have to calm that down if they want to continue consistently scoring. Heat Waves knocking 1 down for Red as Blue tries to answer. Control Defeat's got 3 in their robot. 1, 2, and 3 for Blue. Almost a full classifier. Bit of a lead still for Red, but Blue's within 7 points as Red's score climbs a little bit as the live scoring gets updated. Is Red going to empty it? They do. Heat Waves lets all those artifacts out of the classifier. Can they get the pattern they need to get that extra ranking point? Over 30 seconds left in the match. Both artifacts in there right now are in the right position, but looks like Blue has a full classifier with some pattern points as well. Control Defeat now just settling with some overflow shots. Last 20 seconds of the match. Looks like Roadrunner is already getting ready to park, but both Red robots continuing to score. They need those pattern points to get the extra ranking point and the win. Less than 10 to go now. Can they get to the base in time? 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. That was a great match. Good work, teams. All right, well, looks like we had some fouls get added, but now we're going to see the final score. See who brought that one home. Last match of the day for these teams, so it's going to be a good way to end. Winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 154 to 113. 75 points of fouls, taking Blue Alliance from a loss to a big win. Control Alt Defeat now into 3rd with 5 ranking points picked up. Norwalk Robo is down to 5th, even though they were pretty high going into that match. Those foul points are what makes all the difference. Got to stay away from that opposing alliance's gate or you risk big fouls. All right, we're back on Field 2. Our last match of the day over here on Field 2. Let's see our teams on red, starting off with team 8938. They're currently in 7th. It's Octobots. And they're paired up with team 4443, Sock Monkeys. Then representing blue, we've got team 30700, 7Cs. And their partner, currently ranked 4th, is team 25957, Quantum Igniters. All right, I see you 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We've got Motif 3 once again. It's got to be 4 or 5 matches in a row in this field. We've had that same pattern. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Waiting for our field crew to be ready. Then we'll get this one going. Got to switch up some of our volunteers. A lot of our volunteers are affiliated with teams, so they aren't allowed to score the team they are affiliated with, just to keep things fair. So if you are affiliated with a team and want to volunteer, you can still do that. Just can't be scoring your team. All right. Everyone's still good to go. Red good. Blue's good. Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. A lot of robots off to the races. Quantum Igniters shooting a few up. Only getting 1, though, as red is knocking down a lot of their shots. There's 5 in that red classifier. Quantum Igniters hitting a bit of a groove, though. They've got 4 now in red, or in the blue classifier, and 3 more on the way. 1, 2, and 3. Octobots lining up for some. Don't think they're going to score those, but they'll save them for teleop. Can Quantum get 3 more? 1, 2, and 3 for Quantum Igniters.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of points by both alliances, 38-27 in favor of blue, as Quantum Igniters immediately empties out that classifier. Octobots quickly shot their 3 that they had picked up in auto. I hear 7C's robot. Their intake's kind of noisy. They've got some artifacts in their robot, but they can't get it into their shooter just yet. Quantum Igniters hitting a few more shots for blue as Octobots empties out the red classifier. 49-36 in favor of blue. There we go. 7C's is shooting now. Blue quickly filling that classifier. 8 of the 9 slots full. They'll have to empty that out again before the end of this match. Red not slouching, though. 6 in the red classifier after emptying it out. Bit of clashing at the middle of the field as these teams try to get to the optimal shooting position. Maybe even a bit of defense courtesy of Octobots. Minute 10 to go now. 86-57 in favor of blue. They've extended that lead a little bit. Right now, all 6 in the blue classifier are in the right pattern. That would be huge points and even a ranking point if that holds true. Got the feeling they're going to have to empty it out, though, if they want to keep scoring and win this match. Not really worth it to get that extra ranking point if it costs you the actual match, because winning is 3 ranking points. So teams got to be keeping that in mind while they play these matches. Under 40 seconds to go now. Can red catch back up? Octobots trying to herd some more artifacts into their robot. There's only 1 in their classifier right now. Looks like blue trying to communicate. Quantum Igniters maybe having an issue with their robot. Same for 7Cs. They're both spitting out artifacts. This could cost them if red can capitalize, but so far, red has not filled up that classifier. Still just 1 in there, and the second bounces over the goal and into the gate. Quantum Igniters going again now, putting 4 into that blue classifier. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. That's the end of qualification match 34. Bit of deliberation going on here for our last match on field 2. Looks like blue was just short of the extra ranking point, and I'm told we do have a score now. Let's turn our eyes to the board. A pretty big score on both sides. Winner's going to be our Blue Alliance. Final score, 133-80. 4 ranking points for blue. 7Cs and Quantum both into the top 8 in our league. Octobots holds position in 7th. Back to field 1 for the last time today until we meet again in a couple of weeks. Let's meet our teams for the last match on red. Starting off, we've got team 18200, the MSTM Techno Devils. And their partner, it's team 22189, Kronos. Then representing blue, we've got team 6147, Nubotics. And their partner, it's team 24438, Create the Future. All right, we've got 4 robots set for the final time. I see 4 team set. Hands off. Let's randomize our field. We've got motif 2 for our last match of the day. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready for the final match? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, you ready for the last one of the day? I guess they're not. Scorekeeper's giving me a thumbs up. Let's get this last one going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, see a lot of scoring already. 2 in the red classifier, make that 3, and 3 from blue, courtesy of Nubotics. Techno Devils, they're still scoring though. Takes them a little while, but they throw up a lot of shots in these matches. They got one more in their robot. Are they going to launch it? Don't see their flywheels going. Oop, now I do. Can they get it there? They do. Nice backboard shot for our Red Alliance. 24-16 as we end auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
26-16 in favor of red, but 10 points is not much. That can easily be made up. 3 quick shots into the classifier is 9 points, so that would make up almost all that difference. Create the Future, well aware of that, hits 2 into that goal. 4 purple artifacts into the blue classifier. Kronos, using that simple go build a kit bot, popping a bit of a wheelie after they hit a couple shots for the Red Alliance. Techno Devils hitting those long distance shots, which is what they do best. They'll head back over to their human player now. Actually, Nubotics, no, they're going back over to the Red Alliance, getting 3 more from their human player, and then going back to that small triangular launch zone. We got 2 blue robots shooting kind of over each other. Create the Future and Nubotics alternating shots in a great display of teamwork. They've filled that blue classifier. Over a minute left. Will they open it or will they leave it? They elect to try to open it. Are they going to be able to get it open, though? That's the question. Red does choose to open their classifier. Blue is trying to open theirs, but I'm not sure if they can. There, Create the Future gets it as Nubotics sends up a couple overflow shots for a point apiece. 50 seconds now. This one's pretty tight, 44-36 in favor of red, but both classifiers are empty, so huge scoring opportunities for both of our alliances. Create the Future and Nubotics both with 3 ready to go. Nubotics gets 2 of them in. Create the Future actually still trying to pick up those artifacts. Techno Devils missing a bit of their stride. They just hit 1 of those 3 shots, but they're going to quickly go get 3 more from their human player. The thing that's helping, though, is that Create the Future does have a lot of artifacts in their human player station. As we use the last 20 seconds of the match, if they could get those into their goal, that could give them the edge. Handful of shots going down for blue. Oh, and red empties their classifier. Don't know if that was intentional. We're in the last few seconds now. Can they get parked or not? 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our event. Let's give these teams a big round of applause. Just a 6-point lead for red right now. They did empty the classifier at the end of the match. I'm not sure if that's currently scored or not. Blue has 6 in the classifier, And it looks like 1, 2, 3 of those are in the right position. So it's possible we see our first tie of the season today. Gonna wait and find out for our referees.